Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to a sunny yet windy Holdfast Bay Bowling Club. You're here for the SA Super League Round 4 match of the round between the Western Rogues and Central Chargers. Joe Schwab here leading the way on the broadcast tonight. With me, I've got Bowls SA CEO Mark Easton. Mark, how are you?
Very well, thank you, Joe. Nice to be here. Great weather.
I know you've been very excited all week about jumping on the commentary,
Yes.
and I mean the man in between us probably doesn't need a massive introduction, but we'll give him one anyway. Craig Mills. Millsy, how are you, mate?
I'm all right, mate. Good to be here.
Ready to go for another big evening of bowls. Just as you join us here, folks, I believe we're into the third end of the singles match up here between Simon Gator-Johnson for the Rogues and Mark Haynes for the Central Chargers. I believe Haynes has taken an early 3-0 lead, so off to a promising start. I guess, Millsy, on to you. Must have been was it a simple decision to bring Haynesy back in for singles this week?
Yes, very simple decision. After his first up singles performance against Simon Dorr, he won that convincingly, so it was pretty simple to put one of our informed players straight back in and see if we can't get off to a good start.
Yep, very crucial, of course. Coming up second, we'll have the triples match up. For the Chargers, we'll have Gary Thompson, Ben Bowman, Bradley Pesh. Of course, yourself and Ben Bowman paired together quite well last week.
Yeah, no, we played in the pairs last week, obviously with ladies round last week, and the ladies playing singles. It gave us an opportunity to play a few different combinations, and also starcase some of our star lady players in the state, which is really good for them as well. So yeah, we just sort of went back to what we think would probably be our more full strength sort of lineup. Myself playing last in the pairs, knowing what the scoreboard's going to be like. Hopefully I can just be playing defensive bowls like last Sunday. Be nice, but we'll just play it for what it is when we get out there.
Yeah, for sure. As Gator-Johnson just puts another one nice and close there. For the Western Rogues and the triples, we will have Josh Studham, Max Kleinig, Jaden Zeller in the pairs, which will kick off at 8:30. Of course, yourself, Millsy, pairing with Jeff Munn. For the Rogues, Ashley Close and Carl Shapel.
Yes, we're up against a star-studded Rogues lineup tonight on their own deck, so we'll be out there up against the wall a little bit, but yeah, we'll be up against the wall a little bit with that star-studded lineup, but we'll be out there to give it a fair shake.
Yep, for sure. And I guess Mark as well, from Bowls SA point of view, the Super League's kicked off quite strongly this year with the double header, then women's round last week.
Absolutely, Joe. Who could expect it could have been any better for us? And obviously to go out to the additional clubs this week is a fantastic move for the sport. And obviously we've just got to continue to grow the game around the traps as well.
Yep, for sure. You haven't mentioned that, but we'll just quickly, Gator-Johnson's just taken a couple of shots there. Just on the point of being across multiple venues, we also have the Pirates taking on the Knights at Modbury tonight. I'll just flick through here. The Raiders taking on the Hyson Comets at Payneham, and the Blazers taking on the Spartans at Ascot Park.
There's a few ladder shaping contests going on around Adelaide tonight.
I guess from the Chargers' point of view, Millsy, how have you found the start of the season for you guys? Where do you think you're at?
Oh, we're comfortable where we're at. We lost to the Northern Knights first up, about there on basically what is their home soil as well, out there at Salisbury. That was mainly due to my fault, actually. I got belted by Kane Cools as usual, but these things happen. But we've backed ourselves up from after that defeat with two solid wins. Find ourselves second on the ladder, and as you say in sport, mate, as long as you can make the four and make the finals, anything can happen from there. So that's our goal, really, just to push forward and keep consolidating and see where we end up at the end of the season.
For sure, as Haynes just can't quite get inside Gator-Johnson there, I guess. Tell us a bit about these guys, a bit of background info, what you think we can expect.
Yeah, two very high standard players, both current state squad and state team players, played in our last series. Mark's probably, I think he's played 180 odd games now for South Australia. Very, very high standard player and in some very good form this season. Gator-Johnson, as we know him as Sol, recently moved down from Alpharton down here to play pennants for Holdfast Bay and improve his bowls, and found his way into the state side last year. And he will be looking very strongly to contest here on his home deck. just for viewers out there, I can tell you that Maxi Kleinig has done an absolutely superb job in preparing this green. I had a quick roll on it prior to coming on to commentary, and it's absolutely beautiful, running probably somewhere between 16, 17 seconds. Wind making it a little bit tricky.
As we see this one just making its way down the road, give it a little bit of width. Not quite going to come back in for him there.
He won't be too disappointed with that. It gives him a couple of options for the back bowl.
Oh, he's not happy with that one, Hainsey. It's a bit of a shrug of the head, not quite sure.
Yeah, no, I think he was just trying to land that bowl of souls there on the left-hand side there to make a 3, but it's probably one down mark. I think Souls got shot there with that bowl.
So Craig, tell us about the Super League in itself. It's your 3rd year. How do you think it's going?
I think it's a great concept. Definitely growing. Playing in the warmer months is definitely a help, especially from a playing point of view, more comfort, but also for spectators. And obviously we want to see the best players playing at their best. And the warmer weather probably sort of allows for that a little bit more, I believe. So it's definitely growing. It's a great concept, and let's hope it can take off and take bowls into a better place.
And the Friday night games for you?
Friday night games are good. Not too sure about backing up on a Saturday, Sunday straight after for me, with family and everything like that, but that's what it is at the moment, so that's what we do. But yeah, good to get out to the clubs on a Friday night, just take the Super League to the viewers, and to me the best time to get audiences from within our own competition and our own clubs, and to be playing a prestige time frame when the other players can actually not playing, because we find with our general pennant structure, everyone that probably is interested in watching is already playing, so we don't get to play in front of the spectators. So this is a great concept.
And of course, if you're out there this evening looking for something to do, just come on down to the Holdfast Bay Bowling Club or any of the other 3 venues that we mentioned. Plenty of food and drinks available, plenty going on. Nice way to spend a lovely Friday night, no matter where you are. Or if you can't get out and about, hopefully you enjoy the broadcast coming to you live on Facebook. As we said, Gator Johnson, just pick up a couple more there.
Yeah, both players opting to play reasonably long ends at the moment as well. They're just feeling each other out a little bit, I think.
Yep. Of course, 22 ends for the singles matches, so plenty to play out. And I guess you mentioned the wind as well. How much does that affect, I guess, the way you go into a game, the way you attack it?
Yeah, you've got to have a look around first, see which side you're feeling most comfortable on. And singles is all about being consistent and getting, not necessarily being right on top of the jack, but being able to consistently get your bowl, more bowls closer than the opposition. As Sol gets off to a good start there. Strange, I actually, when I had my quick little roll up out there, I actually found the other side of the green a lot easier to play on than what these 2 guys have chosen to play. But it's each for their own, really. In singles, you want to be playing what you're most comfortable at.
Of course, for those out there wondering, you're hearing some fantastic special comments from Craig Mills. How are you finding your own form at the moment, mate? Obviously in some, I guess you'd say, half-decent nick, rolling them all right?
Oh, off to a reasonable start of the season. Coming out all right at the minute. It was good to have a bit of a break over COVID, probably the first time for a while that we've managed to have that little bit of a rest from the game, which probably re-energised the batteries a little bit when we did come back. Gave us a chance to get out and put some practice hours in before the recent championships, state champions week and whatnot, and that's just sort of led into Pennants and now into Super League really well for myself, actually.
Haynes just brings that one in, not quite sure.
Yeah, one silver soul, he's played good weight there, just hung it a fraction wide. Soul changes over now, doesn't want to knock that front one in, looking to roll his own bowl a little bit closer, or probably just draw just around the back, I'd reckon. He's coming in nice, played a good shot.
So what's the shot you'd play here for Haynes?
He's probably just trying to positive draw on his forehand. No, he's got his own bowl to turn. If he's a fraction tight, he could sit Simon's bowl, or no, still just draw a shot around his own.
Almost like he had an earpiece for you, Craig.
And he's just come a fraction short. We're just trying to play it a little bit too perfect on the pace of the green. It's probably the quickest green that a lot of us will have seen for most of since last season, to be honest. Maxie's got this one absolutely flying.
We see Gator Johnson here sticking to that far side. See if he can extend a little bit of a lead here. He's taking a 4-3 lead.
He's just dropped off himself over there. Wouldn't be surprised if Mark plays a little bit of weight here underneath on his forehand. He's a pretty attacking sort of player. He gets that bowl off clean for a couple, or trails the jack into the ditch himself for one. Yeah, he's definitely got a bit of weight behind this one. He's not bad. Has he got it far enough? Yes. Yeah, great shot, Mark.
Excellently executed there. He's certainly come up with shot-wise here.
Looks like two from Mike. Yes, 2 shots to Mark Haynes and the Central Chargers, which is back into the lead, 5-4.
You mentioned he's in a bit of good lick. I guess just the confidence to be able to step up and execute that.
Yeah, well, he's in very good nick from a bowler's point of view, but he's also very fit. He's spent that time over COVID in the gym, and he's as fit as he's ever been, he reckons, and it's really showing that core strength and stuff that's required to play bowls and be able to just repeat the same shot all the time.
Yep.
He's probably the informed player at West Lakes at the moment, for sure, and definitely for the Central Chargers. That's why we've given him the singles role.
Another one here, looks like he's just left it a bit short again.
Yeah, it's a good track.
It's rolling well.
It's not a bad first start. Probably compared to the viewing that we've seen over the last couple of games, probably going to be a lot harder on this green to get right on top of it early. I said the pace of it probably doesn't allow for that much, so we've probably got to just adjust what we think is a good bowl out a little bit.
Yeah. Of course, as we see the reserves, under 21s in action behind us as well. I guess, how long would you usually say it would take to adjust to the pace of a green like this one?
Quality players like these guys, they probably shouldn't be too far away from it now. They've been out there. They had a bit of a role before the game started. They've played 5 ends now, yep. So yeah, from here on in, you should really start to see the standard pick up a little bit. As long as that wind doesn't pick up too much stronger than what it currently is.
So Craig, you're up next against the quality assets of Close and Shapel. How will you overcome the great pair tonight?
We might have to put the earmuffs in, I reckon, because I reckon the pair of them might want to get a bit yappy during the game. But
plenty of feedback.
Plenty of feedback there, and just stay out of the way of Closey's drives and make sure. Fair effort there behind you. They're both quality players again. Another state players galore out here tonight for the Rogues. Another two state players, both played over 200 games for South Australia in their pairs combination. So again, it'll be a tough game. We'll need to be on song to match it with them.
Are you putting it out there tonight that you'll beat the Close and the Verbals?
I tend not to try and out verbal Close much. He's got a pretty good verbal game, does Ashley Close, and sometimes you're better off just to let him have that and just concentrate on what you're doing on with the bowls.
Of course, I'm sure we'll have a good crowd surrounding the rink as well by that time of night.
Being the last game, the reserves will have finished. They'll be all over watching. Hopefully, what should be a game that's still in the grabs for both teams.
Haynes going with a bit of weight here.
He's having a little bit of a run. Like I said, Mark's a very attacking style of player. That's that's an end where I probably would have still been trying to draw a shot. He had a little bit of room there, but no, there's more than one way to get shot, and you just play what you're most comfortable with at the time.
Gator Johnson holding 2 here.
You'd expect him to draw a third here quite easily.
Plenty of room on that forehand side there, far side.
Out in a good track. Yeah, very good shot.
That'll be 3 for the Rogues there. Gator Johnson just establishing a bit of a lead here after Hayden started strongly. That'll take him out there to, I believe, a 7-5 lead after 5 ends. We're in for a ripper of a battle if the first 5 are anything to go by.
Yes, no, it should, like I said, 2 quality players. You shouldn't see too much of a blowout. The power plays again will come into play. If you can win your 2 power plays, that generally sets you up pretty well to win the game as long as you can defend them.
Well, we saw last week in the match of the round that I think the majority of the power plays didn't come off for their teams calling them.
No, it's rather surprising. This is the 3rd year of Super League, and I reckon I might have won 3 of my power plays that I've called in 3 years. So, you know, and that seems to bring the best out in the opposition when you call a power play. They sort of get a bit nervous about dropping a number and generally drop them pretty close to the jack. He's just finding that forehand going back to the road there, just a fraction wide at the moment. That's what I noticed when I had a little roll on it. It just didn't seem to pull quite as much and kind as the other hand.
Gator Johnson looks to be on a pretty good track here.
Yeah, he's being the home club, home green, probably knows a little bit about it. Bit of a home ground advantage.
See what Haynes can do to answer here. Looking to go on the back end.
Yeah, he's changed over. It's a good idea, I think. He wouldn't have been far away if you hadn't run into that. You just find that side there just a little bit more consistent, a little bit of turn off of the bank out there on that side. I'm sure he'll adjust with his next.
Special shout out to Maxine from Wodonga. We've got people from all over the country watching, and we've also got Joe and Keith from Grafton.
There you go.
A nice little spread. Just welcome aboard.
Welcome, guys. Hope you enjoy.
Of course, make sure you let us know where you are watching from in the comments there. I think we've had a few international viewers some weeks as well, so it's great to be able to take the fantastic Super League to a very wide audience. Of course, a big thank you to David and the Spacequake team for bringing this broadcast to you in such fantastic quality. As we see Haynes here,
Haynes on the attack again here.
He's watching this one closely.
He's pretty close. Gets a little land up through there. Yeah, that's a fair save. 3 down to 1 down, possibly 1 up. Can't quite tell from here. 1 to Soul, so saved 2 there with that shot and leaves himself with a nice land with his last, depending on what Soul does here.
Good confidence booster as well, getting a shot like that away.
Hello Noddy, how are we going, mate? Max, it's 22 ends, different sort of a format here in the Super League. 22 ends of singles, and then the pairs and triples play 18, with 2 power plays per team in each discipline.
Gator Johnson just looking to answer back there, but
Another good shot there. Hainsby just trying to come down and land on his own bowl and roll Souls out for a couple.
see what he can come up with here. Bit of weight on this one.
It's not bad, just a fraction high. How we going, Joe said?
It's going to be one of the Rogues.
Feel free, Josette, to send us through any scores that you know of around the leagues?
And of course, while we've got the changing of ends, we better give the sponsors a fantastic shout out for the SA Super League. Of course, plenty of signage around giving them a good plug, but we'll give them an extra plug. So we've got the City of Salisbury Sports Centre and West End. Of course, couldn't pull off a competition like the Super League without such fantastic sponsors. We do appreciate all their support. Good to be able to show them a bit of love.
Yes, a bit later tonight we'll definitely be giving the old line Nathan a little touch up, I think. Yes, well, Rosa from Fiji, welcome. Good to have you on board.
Fiji, there you go.
And also welcome Ian from Bendigo East Bowls. And if you're tuning in tonight, anybody, just make sure that you push that share button to really help us out.
Yep.
And make sure that we get bowls to everybody that needs to see it tonight. So welcome aboard, especially in Fiji. What a fantastic effort to sit with us tonight.
Of course, a great chance to just be able to sit back and enjoy some quality action and get away from all the other nonsense going on in the world at the moment.
Most definitely. Simon's really settled into a bit of rhythm here now. Peppering the jack.
Haynes just looking to answer back here. What does he have to change here, Haynes? He's only off by a little bit at the moment.
No, he's not off by much. I think he'll just settle. Once he finds that one good line with the draw weight, and away he'll go. It's not disastrous at the minute by any stretch of the imagination, but Simon has definitely found rhythm a little bit earlier than what Hainsey has.
Ooh, he might be holding two there. Not quite sure from this angle.
Could two or nearly all of them.
Yeah,
I
okay.
reckon. Bit of a better speed on this one from Haynes. He gets a little roll up of his own. Second wood again from Mark.
Of course, the triples will be kicking off at 7 p.m. for those wondering out there, and we'll be finishing off with the much anticipated pairs clash kicking off from 8:30. So settle in, folks. Wherever you're watching from, it's going to be a ripper night.
It'll be fantastic. Not that cold down here either, folks. So if you're in the area, don't hesitate popping in. Club Holdfast will definitely look after you with a beverage and some food going. Plenty of car parks. Nathan Black, shouldn't you be out practicing, mate, getting ready to play rather than watching? Good to see you keen and interested anyway, young man. I'll see you tomorrow.
Good answer there by Haynes.
Fair shot by Haynes. Not quite got it far enough back, but that might be just the sort of shot that finds that rhythm I was talking about.
Bit of a confidence booster. Still going to be one of the Rogues though, but like you said, hopefully can get going with a bit of confidence there.
And officiating tonight's game is Jared Goodwin, that's known to many of us far and wide in the whole fast Bay stream.
Yes. Good player, better marker.
He obviously hasn't seen the sun this year too much, and look at those pegs, young Craig.
Those legs look a little bit white.
Good bit of sunshine here tonight for the next hour or so, hopefully.
Let's hope he gets a tan for tomorrow's panic game. So obviously tonight, Craig, that your coach, TJ Saunders, very much a big personality here in South Australian Bowls. He would have given you some words of wisdom tonight. What would they have been for you?
TJ being the man he is, he said, can you hurry up and can you just win quick so I can get home to bed? He's a good man, good fella. loves the game and got a lot of passion for it and puts a lot into it. And as most people know, he's a good mate of mine and lucky enough to persuade him down to Club West Lakes this year down there, and he's jumped on board with this coaching gig and he's really putting the effort and the yards in. He's loving it. And just a little fraction wide there by Sol, but yeah, no, TJ's in a really good headspace and just really enjoying himself, and just being able to concentrate on playing down at the club and enjoying this coaching role with the Central Chargers.
Haynes holding one shot here, controlling this one well. What can Gator Johnson do on that backhand side?
He likes it.
He's gone for a trot.
He likes it. Just coming up a fraction short, but
just slap it in there.
Wonder Haynes. On a good track again here, Haynes. Fair shot that, these conditions.
Looks like he's probably found his groove now.
Yeah, just
got that confidence.
Sometimes only takes that one shot and then just to find a bit of rhythm and relax into the game. Get some confidence up. Also helps if the opposition give you a bit more space than they have been given. A fraction quick. These are the important bowls in singles. These ones here, you're holding two, got last bowl. Get that bonus free hit. Can be the difference between winning and losing games, these free hits.
What can he come up with here?
He's not bad if he's around that front one. Yeah, it's a fair effort. Oh, I've just run a little too far. Hard to tell from here, but we wait the eager good Jared Goodwin to put up the paddles for us. And it's a measure.
And just while we've got this, like we said earlier, the other matchups tonight around the, I guess you'd say the Adelaide area, the Pirates taking on the Northern Knights. The Knights have started well this year, Millsy.
The Knights are a very good team, a lot of good players. The inclusion of Nathan Pedersen into the side from last year's definitely sparked them some interest in the side, and they're up and about and flying early. And it'd be remiss of me not to mention our club president down at West Lakes, Kane Cools. Playing the triples and skipping that triples there. He's undefeated in the competition. Gave me a fair touch up round one with his team, and they've been pretty consistent with their team selections as well. So it's obviously gelling very well, and probably the team to beat at the minute.
Seems like it so far. The other matchups, the Eastern Raiders taking on the Hyson Comets at Palem, and the Southern Blazers taking on the Southeastern Spartans at Ascot Park. I guess your thoughts across those four teams?
It'll be interesting going out there at Palem. The carpet out there running very quick. Probably home ground advantage with some players that are more used to playing on that surface. I'd go the Raiders there in that one, but it will be a close game. And yeah, we can't go past the Spartans. Nathan Black, Tyson Wilson, solid combination there in the pairs from a couple of years back playing together. Kevin Stott, another state squad player in the singles, and a very solid triples there. I think they'll be too good to get over the line there.
Fantastic insight there as we check out the start of this end. Haynes just leaving that one a bit short. Bit of an even spread so far.
Evie Exton and Harrison Johnson. And for the Central Chargers, coached by TJ Saunders, we have Lucy Howard and Kane Jensen. Good luck to both teams. And in the reserves for the Western Roads, again coached by Wilson Golby.
Another good shot by Simon.
Gabe
Very
Nardikia.
good shot.
In
Once
the
again,
pairs,
finding that
Matt
rhythm.
Greenslade, late replacement for Mark Golby and Brandon Wiley. And in the triples, Kate Argent Bowden, Dan Greenslade and Bob
Mark
Scott.
with that previous win on the
And
thing, brought the
for
mat up and
central
thrown a
charges,
little bit
coached
short
by
end.
TJ Saunders, Theo Katsikas.
Coming down
Singles
nicely
club will
here.
be here shortly. The pairs,
That's a
Bailey
great
McAfee
reply.
and Franklin
Excellent.
Bain. And the triples,
That's what you get, folks, with the SA Super League. The best of the best here in South Australia, going head to head. Quality from top to bottom, start to finish.
Games are played to a 1 hour 50 time limit, so the cut-off will be 8 p.m. Only just behind schedule. Good luck to both teams. Thank you.
Interesting what Mark plays here. Does he change to cover the trail or just play another one in there? Opting to play another one in on the same hand.
Of course, he's holding one shot at the moment.
On a good track. It's a matter of how far it runs.
Side is keeping warm in there. You've got the best seats in the house.
Fraction short, but possibly in the eye of Simon.
Coffee van company here, which is tucked over in the corner.
What are you looking at doing here of your Simon? What do you think's going through his head?
It's hard to tell from this angle whether he's probably got to play a fraction too much weight to get under the bowl because he'd land marks and take his own out. May have third wood.
So what does Craig Mills do in this situation?
I'd try and draw a shot myself. You're 9-7 up in the game, only one down on the head. You don't need to play anything silly. You're down on the tee. You're down on the head. There's not much point in playing too much aggression at it. As he does do that, tries to draw a shot. Hasn't played a bad one.
Matter fair effort here.
Hasn't played a bad one and gets up onto the jack for one. He's played it very well. Singles can be a game about keeping yourself in the game as much as it is about trying to get the shot sometimes. You can try and play a shot that goes sour and all of a sudden you've turned a 1 down into a 2 or 3 down and you're in a worse position than what you would have been just playing a nice easy shot.
Of course, could be coming into power play territory soon as well. Of course, for those new to the Super League, when a power play is called, whatever, if a team can score any shots on that end, that automatically doubled. However, if the opposing team gets the shot, it is just normal. So each team has 2 that they can play during the match. As we've spoken about already, can be a bit hit and miss. It seems to add a little bit of extra pressure sometimes, but can be a game changer as well.
Definitely game changers. I know one game in round 1 there, a team picked in the triples picked up a 6 on their power play to double to 12. So you can certainly see how quickly a game can change around if you have a very good score on your own power play.
Exactly right. That's what it's there for. Game changer, just to keep everyone on their toes, as we like to do. Very consistent start by these two here.
Strange Hainsey normally likes to play one of his power plays pretty early in games too. Obviously just waiting, realising he's probably not in as good a rhythm as what he'd like to be for when he wants to play it. So just waiting until he finds a bit more touch.
Yep. Of course, 22 ends the singles matches for those out there as well. Just in case you're wondering. Hopefully you're enjoying the broadcast from wherever you are watching. Of course, let us know in the comments. Like Mark said earlier, make sure you hit the share button, chuck a few comments in there and get around it.
And if you're nearby the Payne Bowling Club, the Ascot Park Bowling Club, or even the whole Fast Bay Bowling Club, make sure you come down.
Yep.
There's plenty of catering here today. There's coffee machines, there's hamburgers, there's hot dogs, there's plenty of catering. You can just smell it from where we are.
Makes it very tough. We'll definitely be hitting that up once this first singles game is finished, I reckon. Enjoying the fantastic facilities all across the place.
Yeah, I think you're about to see a little bit of weight from Mark Haynes here. Oh, maybe not. It can be hard to work out sometimes, obviously. He likes to confuse me. Does play a little bit of a different style of game to myself.
I guess you say that. I guess describe to the viewers out there what you sort of mean behind that.
Oh, Mark's probably a bit more flamboyant, a bit more aggressive in his style of play. I'm probably more flamboyant in my actions as a person playing, but he's definitely doesn't mind having a run at the target if it's there to be hit. So I probably, especially in singles, probably back myself on the draw a fraction more than what Mark does.
So see Gator Johnson here. Very crowded at the head there.
Yeah, he's just covering for a little bit of cover here, probably knowing Mark's style of game. He's holding 3 good ones on the head. Having said that, the angles do look favourable, that Hainsey probably will go looking, could get rid of all 3 bowls here with a forehand runner. I say could play some big weight actually.
Yeah, some serious weight on that as we see it. Oh, it's like down the green.
There it goes.
Oh, how's it going to fall?
Gets his bowl to spin. He'd be pretty happy with that result, to be honest. Hit the area. Probably gone from 3 down to
probably 1.
1 down, maybe 1 up. So I was having a good look. The old finger measure favours his own. Another good shot from Mark. One of those shots where it's about damage control as much as it is about getting shot.
Yep. Of course, as we see, 1 shot for the Rogues there. Gator Johnson takes his lead out to 11-7. I believe this will be the 11th end coming back this way, I think.
Yes,
we did start heading in this direction as well.
It's 11-7 after 10, so definitely the 11th end.
Not a bad looking start this one.
Yeah, he's definitely found the direct going back towards the clubhouse. So he's definitely jumped on a good line and length here and putting the pressure on Mark.
If you're Wilson Golby, are you telling Simon to maybe play one of his power plays soon?
Oh, I wouldn't. Well, Mark Haynes just potched the jack. There's that aggressive style where he has a little run with his first. Sinks it into the jack, gives Sol something different to look at. Yeah, look, a lot of players like to wait until they've got last bowl, but when you're going as well as Simon has been, just back yourself sometimes while you've got the lead and see if you can't put some pressure back on when you've got someone that you think might be just scratching around a little bit. See if you can't extend that lead out and put further pressure on.
Of course, an interesting start this end. You said it before. He's a creative guy that likes to play with a bit of flair, and we see that with his first bowl.
Yes, that's a go-to shot for Marky. Once he starts hitting them, he tends to find a bit of confidence and gets up and about and finds a bit of rhythm. Coming down on a nice track here. See how kind Maxie has been with the ditches. He's generally pretty kind down here at Holdfast with the ditches. And certainly draw up to them with a lot of confidence, which top quality bowlers as these are enjoy being able to give their bowler a chance.
Let's have a good look at this one.
Oh, so he likes this one. He just strolls on past the commentary box. It's a good look. That'll give him some confidence with his next. Could even have the shot. I wonder Mark with the bowl in the ditch, I would imagine. I'd be surprised if Mark goes with a little bit of weight looking for Sol's bowl here. Right, backing himself on the draw to turn his own.
See if he can just find that gap there, and he's done it beautifully.
That is a great shot. Ladies and viewers at home, that is not an easy thing to do. 16, 17 second green, tail breeze, draws within a couple of inches of the ditch.
Of course, for those just joining us out there, you're hearing special comments from Craig Mills. We'll be fronting up a little bit later in the pairs game just to finish off Sure, they'll have a big crowd building the theatre, just like we saw last week in the match of the round. Nice big crowd for the last few ends of the pairs.
It was quite enjoyable out there last few ends out there at Salisbury with everyone else finishing and hanging around. Great atmosphere.
Great clash as well between yourself and I think it was the Raiders. Just a really exciting game that went right down to it.
It was against the Raiders, a very, very close game against Craig Goldfinch, who happened to have a little challenge earlier in the year in the state pairs with Finchy, and that was a cracking game as well. He's certainly playing well. He's actually in state development squad that I coach. He's bowling very well.
Guess set this up for us here. What are you expecting from Haynes?
He's going to try and play the exact same bowl he just played. That repeat. You know, that core strength. Having said that, he's probably playing a different style of bowl, trying to land his own up. Oh, he's played that. Oh, he's stiff. Good shot. He was probably looking for Sol's bowl. I was to land that for 4. Pretty sure he'd be happy with 2. Might see a tactical change here. I wouldn't be surprised if he brings the mat up or mat back and plays minimum.
It's obviously an important aspect of a singles match is when you can get that control, being able to dictate play a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. Simon's jumped onto a length and found a bit of rhythm, so as much as you're trying to upset his rhythm, but you also want to be playing to one of your strengths, and knowing Mark, he does like to go short ice. Also with his attacking style, the shorter the end, the easier it is for him to hit if he does get into a bit of trouble or wants to attack.
So we just had a bit of a glimpse of commentator cam before, bit of a addition to the team tonight. As we just see him having a look here.
Yeah, he's like going by the strokes there. He thinks he's got 3 here. What have we got, Jared? Is it 3? Yes, 3 shots to Mark Haynes, squares it back up at 10-all.
There we go. And of course, we've got the change of ends. We'll just run through some of the under-21s players, I guess, starting with the Chargers, Lucy Howard and Kane Jansen. Can you give us a bit of insight into those two?
Oh yeah, a couple of young up-and-coming players from our Region 8 country areas. Lucy, the daughter of one of our senior squad players in Yvonne Kelly.
Yep.
And Kane plays out there at Hamley Bridge. Combined last week for a win against the Raiders. So there they're going. We've backed up again with those guys tonight and see how they go.
And of course they'll be coming up against Harrison Gator-Johnson and Danielle Van Dyke. The Mallee Pirates will see Ben Massey and Emily Evers taking on the Northern Lights pair of Liam Coe and Declan Warner. Sure, I find the right page there. For the Southern Blazers, we'll see Theo Brillius and Tamika Brillius taking on Ryan O'Shaughnessy and Tyson Black. For the Raiders, Matthew Armitage and Riley Hart face the Hyacinth Comets pair of Liam Sturtzel and Tara Hurst.
Some good matchups. It's good to see the juniors, under 21s, getting involved, learning their craft and getting to also experience watching some of the big guys playing after they've played. It's a great experience for them and a good learning curve, and Bowls is in a good state with the juniors that we've got coming through.
For sure. Of course, plenty of juniors sort of wrapped through the reserves matchups as well across the 4 different games. So, like you said, good to see the young kids getting a chance here.
Oh, it is. They're the future, mate. Well, hopefully we're building this competition up for them in the future, to be honest, so that it's around and they can reap all the rewards from it.
I guess, are there any junior players across the state in particular that have caught your eye?
Oh, I play with one of them every week, mate. He's the best I've seen as a young fella coming through, young Nathan Black, 16. Yep. I'm probably a bit biased. He plays 3 for me on a Saturday and plays state pairs and whatnot with him, but he's just a freak.
Yep. As the wind just hangs around here a little bit. Katie Johnson on the mat.
Bit of a scratchy end here. Mark has changed that length. He went a bit longer than I thought he might have went. He took Matt back and through just over 3/4. Mac probably the longest end they've played for the game. Needs a good one here. One down. Plenty of room though. Chuck it out in a good area. It's going to crash, but might roll that up enough.
Have a bit of a look on the screen there. Look pretty close.
Wonder Soul with another free hit.
Of course, like we said, if you're out and about tonight, make sure you get out to one of the 4 different venues hosting Super League matches tonight. Fantastic weather, great facilities, food and drinks available, and some ripping action to watch as well.
You definitely won't be disappointed if you get out to the venue with the standard of bowls that you'll be watching.
Katie Johnson takes one there, so the Rogues just re-establish an 11-10 lead after 12 ends. Oh,
Power play time for Mark Haynes. Thought it would be coming soon.
I feel like we just need some dramatic music or something to come over the sound system when the power plays are called, but he's called it, so we'll see how that plays out here.
And welcome to our home viewers and the effervescent Deborah Jones sitting at home with a trusty West End with a family in the lounge. And welcome to Brett Sims from Shell Harbour. And,
Nice.
And in addition to that, Neil Wooden, a place near and dear to your good self there, Millsy, is from Dapto.
Oh, from Dapto. Yeah, Dapto dogs.
There we go. I'm going to vacate the commentary box for a little while, and you can hash it out with who's going to be the best bowler in the commentary box, and I'll leave you with a special guest that's about to join us, and I'm sure that he will tell you about his bowl's background in some way, shape or form.
I'm looking forward to it, mate, and I can guarantee you that the man joining us is a far better player than what I am.
Of course.
Lies, Craig.
Matthew Northcott.
How are we, gentlemen?
Very well, thank you, Matty.
Good time to join the action here.
You've jumped in at a very good time. Power play time.
Power play, match evenly poised, good stuff.
What have you thought of this one so far, Matty?
Oh, obviously 2 quality players. I must admit I've been rushing around, so I haven't seen a heap of it, but I expect both to you know, be round about the mark and push each other. I remember these two played a very close champion of champions singles final 2 years ago, I think it was now. So expecting another close game, and it will be good for this match of the round to see the flow and effect of that into the triples and pairs later this evening.
Yes, Sol would have been victorious in that champ singles, if our memory serves me right, winning the event that year.
He was. I think, yeah, the margin would have been 3 or 4 shots at the end of the day, so it's a similar sort of affair in this one. It'll be edge of the seat thriller.
Because Haynes has got the power play at the moment, looking to see if he can just snag a couple of shots here.
Probably got one.
Willing that last bowl to turn, and probably did enough a shot.
One, of course, which turns into 2 with the power play for those unfamiliar.
Yeah.
Good way to double up the score and maybe change up the pace of the game a little bit.
If Sol was to play like Mark Haynes, he'd be trying to get this jack on the move here, but I think Sol's probably more likely to just try and draw a shot.
So he needs to drop about 1.5 to 2 feet of weight off his last bowl. Be right on the jack. Just having a look at it.
Does like it.
Will be shot. How close?
Very good shot.
Well played.
Very good shot.
Is that about a foot of room off the jack?
Ask the question here. Mark's got an interesting choice. It's his power play. Does he want to have a little run at that bowl and try and get it clean of the risk of going 4 down if he gets it onto the jack?
2 questions. What would you do, and what do you think he will do?
I'd be drawing.
Yep.
I'd be drawing. Mark will play forehand with a little bit of arriving weight, I would imagine.
Got the first half right. It is forehand.
See what he can come up with here.
Bit more than arriving
Bit
weight.
more than arriving.
Plenty of weight on this one.
That's
Ooh.
what you were talking about, Craig.
Yeah,
Nearly
that
got
was
onto the jack.
Nearly onto the jack, and that would have spelled trouble. But once again, a power play has been defended in the Super League.
The Rogues take the one shot, pushing it out to a 12-10 lead. As you're right, we see another power play defeated.
Yeah, they're hard to win. They're very hard to win, our power play. As I
Extra
mentioned
pressure.
before. Threes. Well, we're in our third season, and I reckon I've won 3.
Has Simon played either of his 2 in this game so far?
No.
We've had
Keep
one.
them in there.
That's
only
the
one.
first one we've seen.
Lovely. I think we're going to thank you for your time, Craig. You've done
Thank
a good
you.
hour stint here in the box, and we're going to swap you out, and we'll hear from the Western Rogues Ashley Close for the remainder of this singles game. So thank you, Craig, and we look
No worries,
forward to
guys. Thank
watching you again later on.
No worries. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Millsy. Of course, he'll be in action a little bit later. Heading up the pairs for the Central Chargers, taking on an opposition pair, man, who we'll let him finish off his burger before he jumps on the commentary here. A very tasty looking burger as Haynes steps up with his first shot here. Just rolling on that little bit extra.
Completely changes the ball game playing out here on the grass green at Holdfast Bay. A bit of the elements in play rather than under the dome at Salisbury, which we've been accustomed to in the Super League. It's a lovely piece of grass that's been served up by Max Klein, the greenkeeper here, and
He'll be looking to take full advantage in the triples coming up next.
good shot there from Simon Gitter-Johnson. Perfect position right in behind the jack, just a foot behind.
What can Haynes reply with here? Trails by a couple of shots. Just left.
Lovely wait for the shot, just hung a little wide on him. The marker Jared Goodwin's can have a look. Still looks like definitely one shot, potentially 2 to the Rogues.
One and a measure.
One and a measure is the call.
Of course, Matty, Super League on the road this week. Great to be getting out and about.
Absolutely. It's for those that aren't aware, we've played every single round of the Super League in 2 seasons and halfway through the 3rd season now at the Salisbury Bowling Club, and this is the first time we've taken it on the road, so 4 matches being held at 4 different clubs, a bit of more of a home and away style. Obviously putting it on more people's doorsteps, different eyes obviously being close to home come out and watch, which is fantastic, and we get to experience some different greens, different conditions, so it's all good stuff.
Exactly right, and of course on the road again next week for round 5, but then returning to Salisbury for round 6.
Absolutely, we have 4 other venues. Great shot there from Mark Haynes, drawing nicely in front of the jack. Unfortunately flopped out the wrong way and left the jack a little bit exposed, but still a good shot nonetheless. Four other venues next week, and then back to the Super League's rightful home of the first 3 years, the Salisbury Bowling Club. We thank the City of Salisbury immensely for their support of the competition, and it will be good to be back there, but we are enjoying this little excursion, shall we call it, where we get out and about and see some different clubs. So.
Exactly right. You mentioned the City of Salisbury. We'll mention a couple of our other big sponsors as we see Gitter-Johnson give that one plenty of weight here, but he's taken his own bolt. Of course, Sports Centre and West End. A big thank you to those guys for all of their support and everything they do.
Absolutely. Gitter-Johnson just got his own bowl out there, missed wide with the weighted shot. Mark Haynes probably just looking to draw another shot here, but if he did somehow get to that closest Simon Gitter-Johnson bowl and turned it over, he could make 3 shots, which he's awfully close to doing. Oh, he's definitely drawn another. May only be 2 instead of 3. It's a good end there from Mark Haynes.
While they sort out how many shots this will be, we've had another special commentator join us, Matty, Ashley Close, who will be fronting up a little bit later in the pairs tonight for the Western Rogues. Ashley, how are you?
Very well, thank you, very well. Just had some dinner now, feeling a bit better after a long day of state pairs. So yeah, good to be here. Looking forward to a good night.
Who says you don't have to be fit to play bowls? Ashley, you've been playing since 9:30 a.m. this morning. It's now 6:30 p.m. local time. So you've had a good 8-hour plus on the green already, and then you're going to go for another 2 hours later tonight. So it's a big day.
I tried explaining being bowls fit to my offsider at work. I said, if we went for a run around the block, you wouldn't be puffing and I'd be looking to probably throw up somewhere. But I said, I've got to play 4 games of bowls on Friday, and I tell you what, you wouldn't be able to walk the next day. And I said, I'll be right, I've got to front up for penance. He didn't believe me. But yeah, it's definitely a long day, the state pairs. Longest day in Bowls SA's calendar, I reckon. So we'll run into a bit of Super League, have a bit of fun, and have another game of pairs.
Just as we talk of that, the Rogues have called a power play on this end here, so Gator Johnson looking to extend that little bit of a lead that he's been able to establish so far as we play out the 15th end here.
And Haynes also going for a bit of a tactical move. The mat right up, pretty much a minimum length end here, so a couple of tactics in play.
Millsy was waiting for that. He said it would be on the cards soon.
We're trying to run this in too.
He's early weighted shot.
The jack.
Oh.
Got it nicely, but just crashed into his own bowl at the back, his first bowl.
If you wanted a rundown of how Josh and I went at state pairs today, that was about it.
Very unfortunate result. Could have been sitting right on top of it in the ditch, but what are the odds of hitting the jack like that and it running into your own back bowl? Pretty slim margins, but that's the way it goes.
You mentioned state pairs, Ash. How are you rolling in today? Confident heading into this evening?
I keep hearing little rumours, and from what I can see, that this deck is running pretty slick, and it's a lot different breeze here to where we played today at Adelaide as well. So yeah, it's going to be a bit different, but yeah, no excuses. I haven't thrown about 4,000 bowls down during the day. Should be in a reasonable bit of touch, I would have thought.
Mark Haynes drawing the shot there to the applause of his fellow teammates and coaching staff, so holding one. Simon Gator Johnson coming down on his backhand, looking to repay the favour.
He likes it. He's having a good look.
I'll tell you what.
Right in line with the jack here. We had the perfect
Good
view on that.
shot.
What a shot. Very nice draw bowl.
What are you expecting from Haynes here, boys?
It'll definitely be reaching. It's a confident draw up. Trying to sit out that last bowl from Simon or a little trail of the jack himself.
He's very close too.
Just needs it to hold. Oh, had
Oh,
great weight for the shot. Just caught the outside of the bowl. But gives him a good second wood.
I know a lot of the viewers are going to be bowlers at home, but this is why you call the power play when you've got the last bowl. This is a great example where Sol's he's in a good position here where he's got one, but it's up to him then. Do I try and draw another one for 2? Am I happy with that? Do I try and make a 3 here? You've got a little bit more control with the last bowl than you do when you're leading off. So
Absolutely no right of reply to the opposition. So decided Simon Gator Johnson, obviously a draw shot would be good, but a little touch on the jack also is in his favour. He's got a bowl waiting behind. Just hung a little bit wide for him, but no harm done. So he wins his first power play of the match. So that one shot doubles to 2.
there we go. Bit of a change up. We've spoken about it so far in the broadcast. The power plays can be a bit tough, but Gator Johnson's made the most of that one. 2 shots turned into 4.
1 to 2. Don't get
Oh, 1
excited
to
there,
2.
Joe.
I do apologise.
Don't get excited, mate. You know you're new to this commentary business, but
you might have heard me get up and about if it was 2 to 4.
Simon Gator Johnson here, about a 3/4 length end.
Of course, big pairs clash to finish off tonight. Ash coming up against a guy like Craig Mills. A bit extra incentive in that one. Love it.
Who's Craig Mills? Nah, it should be a good game. All the pairs combos have been pretty strong through the whole comp, so there's no easy ones. It'll a lot depends on these earlier games in the pairs in the TV game. This is our second TV game so far. In the first one, we were a fair few shots behind when we started the game, which made it tricky. And we made a decision probably 4 or 5 ends in that we weren't going to bother trying chasing the overall because we were too far behind and we didn't want to start playing silly shots. So good shot.
Great shot there,
Oh,
Simon Johnson.
It does make has a big bearing on the pairs, these 2 earlier games for the overall scoreboard. So you wouldn't expect a big blowout score on the pairs with the quality of players, I wouldn't have thought. So these 2 games have a big bearing on it.
Need your teammates to step up to the plate. We're seeing plenty of good action so far.
Well, I didn't want to say that. I didn't want to put them under that much pressure. But
I'll step in
right.
and take that one for you. That's okay.
We have seen a variety over the first 3 weeks. I think the first game, the Heiston Comets and the South Eastern Spartans, the Comets singles player Stuart Forbes got his team off to a nice 10-shot lead, which was overrun by the end of the triples. They were well down, and then the other 2, whoever's led the singles has gone on to lead the whole entire match. So it is obviously pivotal to the singles at the start, but not to say that it cannot be overturned either. So interesting to see how this one plays out.
Make sure you let us know where you're watching from in the comments on the live stream tonight. Great to see the audience getting far and wide.
Okay, he's just dropping short there. So Simon Geeta-Johnson holding 1 shot for the Western Rogues. 1 bowl each to come for both teams. Simon obviously looking to draw another shot to add to that count. He's in the prime position at the moment this end so far. It's going to be a little bit more tricky for Mark Haynes when he hits the mat. He's got a bit of front traffic to navigate.
It's pretty fair.
Looks like it's got great weight on this bowl. Will definitely count. Just wants to tuck in nicely behind.
Oh,
It's a good shot.
Perfect.
So holding 2 now. Mark Haynes, last bowl for the Central Chargers. So having a look at it.
Very close.
Just needs to navigate, or just caught his own front traffic, which we said would come into play there, and just ricochets off with no effect on the head.
Seems to have been the story of his night so far, Haynes. Just a couple of little unfortunate deflections and just missing it by that much, but he's hanging in there.
Saw that perfect example last time where he could have nearly sat on top of the kiddie in the ditch and ricocheted off his own bowl. So that's the way it does go sometimes, but still 5 or so, or is 5 ends for him to get back into this match and square it away with a little rub of fortune here or there.
So we see Geeta-Johnson take a couple to extend his lead out to 5 shots. So we head into the 17th end.
Again, about 3/4 length. He's got the mat sort of halfway down and the jacks rolled to the tee. Players electing to lead off on this broadcast side, maybe getting a little bit of a shelter from the wind with our signage and advertising boards. Tactical decision.
Probably more so at the moment with myself and TJ on this side of the green. So.
It was a pretty nice night, really, considering it is a little bit chilly, but the breeze is not a big factor compared to what it can be down here near the beach at Holdfast Bay. We're pretty fortunate, all being said.
It's a ripper dipper night. If you're not down here with a nice cold beer, watching some good games, where are you, really?
Nowhere else to be.
Of course, still plenty of time for anyone out there looking for something to do on a lovely Friday night. Plenty of bowls action still to happen.
Be going through till 10:30 tonight, so plenty of good games to be watched. Good shot there from Simon Geeta-Johnson.
He's sort of found a bit of rhythm, so.
Another early weighted shot here from Mark Haynes.
Got the bowl. Oh.
Dislodges 2 bowls, so no real change to the head, other than the fact that he has no bowls left on the green. But 2 bowls left to come for each player. It won't concern him too much.
He's bought himself a little bit more room to draw the shot. Always a good time to follow when you know that you're going to be in the count if you stay on the green.
No pressure.
No pressure.
Haynes comes up with a pretty good effort there. A little bit of glare in our monitor here, so not exactly sure.
I think that'll be the shot. Simon's got a decision to make, whether he tries to draw it or try and get the bowl out of there for 2 or 3. Playing with some pretty good rhythm. He might have a look at this. He is.
Know your teammate well, Ashley.
He looks close too. What
Oh.
a good shot.
You
Really
see
good
the little samurai steer he had on the hand movement there. On watching that down, he
shot. Bit of Ninja Warrior action.
ninjaed that thing right on laser line. Got the perfect connection he was after.
Of course, a fantastic replay there as well.
Dislodged the Haynes bowl. Here we see it again here. Watch the samurai sword. Wah! He wanted it.
Oh, he has too. He is poised.
He liked it. Great.
Bit of a strut.
Zoro Gator Johnson.
Created
that out nicely.
2 shots there. So Mark Haynes, pivotal bowl here, last bowl. He's got 1.5 feet to draw the shot.
Does look pretty good from here if he's up. If he's up, he's got the shot.
Stern expression on his face. Willing it.
Ooh.
At the perfect line. Well, it definitely cut one out of the count.
Looks close.
One green.
Only one it did, so still 1 to the Western Rogues. 18 plays 12 now after 18 ends. 4 ends left to go in this singles encounter.
And a big shout out to our Channel 44 viewers joining us for the last 5 ends here of this fantastic singles clash. Of course, for anyone out there, you can check out all of the portion of the action Super League matches of the round during the week on Channel 44, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday evenings, all at 5 o'clock, with all of those episodes joined together on a Saturday morning. So great to see bowls getting out there again. A big thank you to the Spacequake guys for their fantastic broadcast.
Good lead shot there at Simon Gator Johnson. He's welcoming the Channel 44 viewers as well. Just to make sure they know he's talented.
Going early.
Saw this a few ends ago.
Gets the jack and ricochets out of bounds, so that will get respotted on the centre tee. Haynes' bowl is a toucher, so that stays alive in the ditch. Ran away from the centre mark a little bit. Haynes doesn't mind an early runner, that's for sure. He backs himself most times to get something moving, so very aggressive singles player.
I'm a traditionalist, Matthew. I prefer to draw most of the time.
Bread and butter of the game. I'm sure we'll hold you to that later on when you get out there.
That's a good reply from Solomon. He's got some good rhythm here. People forget that he went very close to winning Australian champions 18 months ago. Haynes going again.
Another example of that aggression.
Ooh.
A little bit offline that time.
So Sol winning the South Australian champs, and then away to the nationals. He was 1 win away from taking out that national title. So
Very handy singles player.
a very handy singles player. This will be a second shot too. It's just a matter of how good.
It's pretty good. He was very interested to the second he let that go. He willing it to
that
cover
is
the
a
jack.
Great shot.
And did. Made it very hard now. Took away any target for Haynes.
Do apologise for the biased commentary, but that's a ripper dipper from Simon Gator Johnson.
Haynes now back to the draw. Didn't have much to aim at with another weighted shot, so has to try and replicate the feat of Gator Johnson.
And he is good as well.
This is not a mile away.
He is good as well.
Ooh, just that little bit heavy off the back there. So we see Gator Johnson, plenty of room to even possibly draw a third here. Leads away 18 to 12. Of course, the 18th end here.
shot here. Oh, he's just past it.
We'll just finish off this end, this last bowl. Mark Haynes, pivotal moment of the match. Looks like he's going to play Wade again.
He's got the front one, I think. Ooh.
Didn't like it. So 2 shots to Simon Geeta Johnson and the Western Rogues.
We'll do a quick shout out here while our special commentators just change over. A bit of a shout out to Patrick Smith, watching from Burleigh, Tasmania. Good to see the stream getting all the way over there. William Bremner watching from Mount Gambier as well. So all seems to happen. We've even got a viewer in South Africa. A big shout out to Andy Selby. So we're going international here with the Super League.
Absolutely, and whilst we might have international fame, we've got Central Chargers fame joining us in the commentary box now with the coach of the Central Chargers, TJ Saunders. This game poised Western Rogues 20, Central Chargers 12 with 3 ends to go. TJ, how have you seen this match so far?
Yeah, look, there's been plenty of life in it. The deck's really good, so we'd like to be a little bit closer in that deficit, and 3 ends to go. Well, hopefully they fall our way.
Mark Haynes still with another power play up his belt, so he still has very much opportunity to get back into this. Anything technically wise or tactical wise you'd like to see for him in these last 3 ends?
He's just going to have to choose. He's got after this end, he hasn't called his power play, which end he's more comfortable bowling towards. So that's going to be, I think, crucial in how he feels and how he plays that end.
And I guess looking at this, if it did remain in this sort of deficit, 8 shots isn't a heck of a lot with still the triples and pairs to come, but it is different to last week where you took a nice 11-shot lead out of the singles into those other disciplines. Does that change the way you coach your triples or pairs disciplines in the next couple of games?
Yeah, well, look, for us, we've sort of gone in with strength in the pairs at the end with Munn and Mills, and we're pretty confident that Tomo will be able to go over the top. So even if we go out of this game with a deficit, we know that we're going to close in that through that triples format.
Good confidence there.
Yep.
And Super League on the road, TJ, what's your initial thoughts?
Look, I think it's a fantastic concept. It sort of takes it out, gets a little bit more, and the crowd here supported it, which is fantastic.
Good shot there from your player, Mark Haynes. Didn't hear the applause coming through the microphone there, mate.
You don't want me to get loud, Matt, you know that.
Keeping it professional. Simon Geeta Johnson may play some weight here. Any jack movement, he's got a couple of waiting behind the bowl. Just on that samurai sword again. Just missed. So, Mark Haynes, would you be encouraging him to draw a shot here, TJ, or covering the back a little bit?
Nah, draw a shot.
Draw a shot, pile in the pressure.
Well, and reality is Romilly's only going to drop a 1, depending on the forecast finish position of this bowl.
Just dropping a little bit short there, so still only 1 count to Mark Haynes and the Central Chargers. Last bowl here for Simon Geeta Johnson. He's going to walk up and have a little look at it. So TJ, we interviewed you at the end of last week's match of the round game against the Eastern Raiders. You are sitting in 2nd position on the overall table. All going pretty well. You're happy with how things are going?
Yeah, for our Super League team, look, our reserves, we've still got a little bit of work to do, settle them into some sort of format. One of the challenges I'm sure that every coach is faced with is ensuring that the 3 players that aren't getting a game each week and who they are and where we play them. There's still got to be an element of inclusion through there as well, so you've got to try and work it out so you can still maintain your competitiveness but include your 15-person squad.
And is there anyone knocking the door down from the reserves that could be called up to the league team, or people you've been very impressed with?
Yeah. It's for those who have noticed, there's a couple of names that have switched around this week, and it's not because that person instinctively played poorly or whatever the case. It's just that we want to have a look at another player, and we'll start to work through what that looks like through our triples format.
Very good. Geeta Johnson just missing his weighted shot there, so no change to the head. Mark Haynes and the Central Chargers still holding 1 shot, and he'll head to the mat for his last bowl here. Doesn't look like he can really make too much of a number other than if he draws a 2nd shot here. 2 will be a handy pickup. Has had to swap hands. First 3 bowls were played on the backhand, so he's out onto the forehand for this last one. Trying to hold on. Looks like it's maybe just out, but I'll have a look at it. While they do, any parting thoughts, TJ? How are you going to win this one?
Well, as I said, it's got to do with the power play, so where Mark plays that, and I think he might be leaving that, unless he's actually whispered it, he might be leaving it to the last end, I suggest.
Yes, 2 ends to go. Beautiful. Well, we'll let you get back to it and try and bridge this deficit for the Central Chargers.
Thanks, Matt. Cheers.
Cheers.
Of course, for those just joining us, the Western Rogues leading the way in the match of the round here so far, the singles clash, 20-13 as we come into the 20th end here. Of course, singles matches in the Super League at 22 ends, so still a little bit to play out. Both players still with a power play up their sleeves as well. Haynes gets it underway there. He's just been trailing by this little bit all night. Hasn't quite been able to peg Gator Johnson in. But we've seen the class that he's got. Plenty of quality there.
It won't take much. It's still very much alive with both players with a power play in their pocket for the last end. So stranger things have happened. That this could still be a Central Chargers victory in the singles by the end of this 2 ends. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out. But I think the way Simon Gator Johnson's playing for the Western Rogues, it's going to be pretty hard for Mark Haynes to score a multiple.
Ashley Close rejoining us on special comments as we get down towards the back end of this clash here.
I'd run with comments. I'm not sure how special they are. Simon Gator Johnson.
Going to hang on to that jack. Just gets a little slice on it. Runs away a little bit. Pushed it towards the Mark Haynes bowl for the Chargers waiting at the back there. So it looks like 1 shot to the Chargers, as our umpire of the day, Jared Goodwin, indicates. So Mark Haynes now with a little bit of front traffic to navigate after the jack movement going back, but still got plenty of room to draw another shot.
It's very narrow.
Looks like it's just going underneath. Adds to that front traffic.
Touch on the jack here for Simon Gator Johnson would be huge. He might just have the gap, I think.
Oh,
It's a
yep.
Good effort.
Down the middle. Slotted straight through there as the shadow begins to come over.
Mark Haynes dropping that 3rd bowl short gave Sol the licence to play a little bit more freer weight.
Haynes wanting this to turn and get down.
Oh, he's given it away.
Oh.
That is unlucky.
Catches the outside of the Rogues bowl and pushes it in for shot. If he was inside the other half of that bowl, he would have rested out nicely for 2, but again, game of centimetres, catches the wrong edge and turns his 1 up to 1 down. So it's a 2-shot swing and could be, again, pivotal in the context of this match.
Just not breaking his way tonight so far, Haynes.
Gator Johnson just weighing up his options here.
I haven't seen him play many on this far side from us, so this will be interesting.
He was reluctant to go there by the look of his face.
As long as he's not narrow, he'll be fine.
Just ran through there, no harm done, so he'll take the 1 shot that was kindly gifted to him by Mark Haynes. And the Western Rogues stretch out to 21, Central Chargers 13 on the last end here in the singles, and both players are doing their 2nd power play of the match. So it's always exciting when the teams play their power plays on the same end, that we're going to have a double shot score here one way or the other. So this is big.
It's a double ender. Strap in, folks.
And every shot will count. As I said, if Haynes can score a multiple, 2, double to 4, even gets the overall margin right back, and if Geeta Johnson for the Rogues can score, then he really hands out a nice buffer to his triples team, which will be coming on next. So these 8 bowls, whilst the win here looks likely for the Western Rogues in the singles, they are big for the overall context of the match.
It's interesting seeing this shadow just slowly creep onto the rink. I wonder if that's making a difference to the pace of the green here on this side. They've both been playing this side the whole time I've been here. I wonder if that shadow is making a little difference now.
It will, yeah, especially in the next game as we get into the twilight period, will probably take more effect. You can see it on your screen there at home. Big shadow down one side that's may slow down the speed of the green a little bit. Geeta Johnson drawing in there. Looks like it may be the shot at this point. Haynes just wants it to hold its head up. That'll be the shot at this point in time.
I think Simon doesn't really need to change much. He just needs to harvest that jack like it's a lentil for a couple, and the pressure will be right back on Haynes. He's very close too, I'll give you the tip.
Wants it to turn just a wee bit. Just a wee bit. Oh, that's a little
enough.
slice on the jack, which, as you say, Ashley does get the shot. Probably 2 shots there at the moment. So that fine little graze, as you see there on your screen, made a big difference. Haynes now following it down. He'll look to replicate something similar.
He's close too. If he's up, he's got the shot.
Needs it to hurry on.
Ooh.
Oh no, just left it short. So bad for 2 reasons. That he obviously didn't get the shot and might have blocked his path a bit for his last bowl. So Geeta Johnson here holding 2, which would double to 4. He probably doesn't. Ideally, he obviously adds a 3rd shot in the count, but the main aim would be not to turn up one of those front 2 bowls from Haynes for the charges. A little bit of safety as well.
Yeah, better wide than tight, as you say, Matty. It's definitely wider.
Just played a smart line.
If he turns his own, he's good here.
His own bowl.
That helps him out. That helps him out because Haynes could have got off that wing bowl to take 2 souls out, and it would have left him with 3. That just mitigated some of the danger there from Sol. He's played a pretty good end here.
Absolutely. Haynes assessing his options. Last bowl of this singles match. Said both players with a power play. Double shots either way. Rogues currently holding 2, which will double to 4.
How's the pressure in this end, Matty? Because you know, I mean, it's a big game, the singles anyway, and these 2 guys, both state representatives, state teammates, would want to have the win over each other, even for a Saturday Pennant Club situation, hold fast in Westlakes, and also for the Rogues and the Chargers. You know that your teammates coming out after you, a lot relies on your result in this game, and this is a double play end, so there's a lot of pressure on these guys at the moment. Mark with the last bowl, I can't wait to see what he does.
Still assessing, a little bit of uncertainty.
What are you thinking here, boys, if you're in his shoes?
Well, Matthew, a great man, once told me, never draw for the win, so I'm thinking a little bit of wait. What would I know about it? Mark trying to draw the shot here. He looks light. That looks very light. That's a little disappointing for mine. Give it a chance, son.
Wasn't happy with it off the hand. So looks like it will be 2, but the measuring tape is coming out. At least 1 shot.
While they have the measure, big fan of your little line there before. Ash Stewart Forbes has said he's a fan of the harvester jack like a lentil. Enjoyed that commentary.
Well, Sol's a farmer and he's got a few lentils sitting at home. This could be 3. Was
It
that
is 3. Wow.
Wow, that's a big end.
Turned that outside bowl into the count as well. So 3 shots, doubles to 6. And the Western Rogues, Simon Gator Johnson, 27, defeats Mark Haynes and the Central Chargers, 13. So that's the end of this singles discipline. But we'll take a very, very short break, and then we'll have the triples right underway to see if the Central Chargers can rally back some of that deficit, and obviously the Western Rogues can continue to power through for a win. And Ashley, we thank you for your time, and good luck in the pairs when you get on the TV rink.
Thank you. Only a couple of hours to go.
G'day ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Holdfast Bay Bowling Club SA Super League match of the round between the Western Rogues, Central Chargers. The sun's gone down, it's dropped about 10 degrees since the singles match, but lucky there's plenty of exciting red hot action on the green. Joe Schwab here from Bowls SA, joining me in the commentary booth now, Lauren, wife of a man who we had actually commentating with us in the singles there, Ashley Close. How you going?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Thanks for jumping on board and having a crack at some commentary.
Yeah.
And a man who's got a very keen eye on this game, the Western Rogues coach, Wilson Golby. Wilson, how's it going?
Yeah, very good, thanks, Joe. Very good.
Good start to the clash from Simon there.
Oh, excellent. Well up, well on top.
And a nice power play there to finish.
Yeah.
Always good with a 6 at the end, yeah.
We've seen how the power plays can get away from people sometimes, but he made the most of it. It was just a good battle, start to finish. Him and Hainsey just kept trading barbs, and
He did.
Simon came out on top.
Good quality game.
As we see the triples getting underway here. Just finishing off the third ends. The lineups for this one are for the Rogues, Josh Studham, Max Kleinig, Jaden Zeller, and for the Chargers, Gary Thompson, Ben Bowman, Bradley Pesh. So we watch this here, we'll just see what...
One down, so one shot to Central Chargers.
So they'll take a 2-1 lead after 3 ends. Yeah, Wilson, I guess, as coach, how have you seen the start to the season for you guys?
Pretty promising, yeah, very good, yeah. Got off to a good win first up, and then came up against the Northern Knights in the second round. That was a tough one. They haven't lost a game yet, Northern Knights, so yeah, but it was a close game. Unfortunately, we lost the singles by nearly 20 shots, so that wasn't a good start to the evening. It's very hard to claw that back, but yeah, since then they're going really well. The boys and girls going really, really well.
Plenty of talent in the lineup this year, as we see Bradley Pesh getting this one underway for the Chargers. Not a bad effort there.
Good start.
As we saw earlier in the singles, the green, just a bit of a tough one to get used to the pace. What do you think, I guess, with the shadow coming over, getting a bit colder, do you think that'll affect it much how to roll and how they'll have to adjust the pace?
Yeah. Sorry, Loz. Yeah, it'll slow down a bit, especially when the shadow goes on, when it gets a bit cooler.
Yeah, I think especially in this game where we are looking at sunset pretty soon, it'll be important to get that good head start and then just try and maintain that ability to adjust.
So we see Pesh's second bowl here, very easy. Sticks out those green and gold ones. Again, just a little bit short there. I guess talk us through your triples lineup here, Wilson. I guess starting with the young fella on the mat here.
Yeah, Jaden, or Mav as he's known, Maverick. You'll see a wild side of him come out tonight. Yeah, played in the junior state representative side. Been with the club for a couple of years now. We've got a junior scholarship program here,
yep.
So he came in under that. Same with Josh Studham. Max is the old one in the team. But yeah, he brings the experience, and then yeah, Josh follows up at the end. Soon to be in the Australian squad, so it's a fantastic lineup for the Rogues.
For sure. As we see Ben Bowman here, just leaving that one a little bit wide. Of course, played in the pairs last week, made the change to the triples this week. Max has got the greens in good lick, so he's just figuring out what he's going to do with this one. Giving it plenty of width. Not quite turning over like you would have hoped. And we spoke about the singles match. I guess it makes it a lot easier for the triples when they come off the back of a good win in the singles. Just that good head start on the overall score.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to have a lead rather than be chasing. It changes the game a bit too. You can be a little bit defensive instead of attacking. So.
Good bit of teamwork there. Just knocked his teammates bowl onto it. Communication there. I'm sure you're getting it through your microphones at home, folks. Of course, make sure you let us know where you're watching from on the Facebook live stream. We've been going worldwide so far tonight, so hopefully we can keep that up. Bit of weight on this one.
Oh, great bowl, great result. Bit of emotion shown by Joshy, that's a rarity.
Young fella getting excited, and I guess it's good to see that bit of mix of youth and experience in the league side, especially.
Yeah, oh, it's a great combination. I just love watching the young boys. Are so smooth and they get down low. Whereas those oldies have got a bit of a crackly knees. And
Gary Thompson lets that one go, watching over it very closely. Bit of room to work with on that far side if he can get his line right.
oh, it's a great try.
He's cut it back at least.
Young Studham here.
Young's just get a touch to this or sitting behind. Ooh, he's giving that away. Unlucky.
Still smiling about it, the young fella. Knows there's plenty to be played out in this one.
He's seen the fact he's got a toucher and could be on for a bit of a run in his next shot.
What can the Chargers skip do here?
Mosberg, very nice ball there. Oh yes, right on the edge of that. Oh, here we go. Georgie winding up.
Bit of weight on this side. He's following it down closely. Oh! See what the final tally is. 1 up for the Chargers in the end there after all that action. Of course, that's what we expect. Don't expect anything less here in the SA Super League. Red hot, exciting action. Of course, if you're looking for something to do on a Friday night, get out and about. We're across 4 different venues tonight with the Super League. Taking it on the road, of course, here at the lovely Club Holdfast tonight. The Mallee Pirates and Northern Knights, they're facing off over at Modbury. Exciting clash over there. The Eastern Raiders, Hyson Comets, they're doing battle at Paleham. And then we've got the Southern Blazers and the South Eastern Spartans at Ascot Park. I guess, what have you thought overall of the competition? Wilson, obviously, you mentioned the Northern Knights off the top there. They're a pretty handy side this year by the looks of it.
Yeah, they are. It's Central Chargers are always positive and always in there. I suppose the Comets are a little disappointed. Winners a couple of years back and haven't managed to get a win on the board yet. So I'll just put a plug in there for a few Holdfast players playing out at the Comets. Might say they picked the wrong team, but no, it's a great competition. It's brilliant, and the extra format this year of a reserve side increased the squad. Allows a lot more players to get involved, and especially younger players.
That's it. All about giving the young kids opportunity, the future of the game here in South Australia. As we see young Jaden Zeller come up with his second here.
He's going to try and use that wing bowl.
Oh, a bad little kiss there. Ooh. Not quite sure what it is from this angle as we see Ben Bowman step up.
Very nice delivery here.
Looks pretty good. Oh.
He's trained it up.
Very crowded there. What do you think we'll see here, Lauren, from Max? What way do you think he's going to try and go?
Well, it looks like he's just trying to get behind.
Yep, picked that beautifully, Loz.
Just give some options there.
Bowman with another one that's looking pretty good. Very Very similar to his first one. He's going to give it a nice little push.
Good ball. Yep, looking for a bit of weight.
Here we go. We didn't hear that. The skip's called to open it up.
Okay, got to wait for a break in the traffic on Anzac Highway.
Plenty of heat on this one. Oh, taking the jack with it, of course.
It's gone 4 rinks over.
Thankfully didn't interrupt the under-21s and reserves over there. Be replaced on the tee.
Not afraid to play a bit of weight, Maxi?
And I guess just while they're changing over here, guys, obviously we'll be finishing the night with the big, much anticipated pairs clash. Thoughts on how that one's going to go?
Should be pretty entertaining, I would have thought. Yeah, look, it's probably a great matchup, really. Ash and Craig have had a long history of playing some really good matches against each other. Carl's had a great state career as well, so there's a lot of great talent in that mix. Not overly aware of Jeff and his history, but I'm told he's a solid Central Chargers member, so yeah, it should be a really great game. Pairs is always a good one to watch too, so good way to end the night.
Finishing off with a big crowd, I'm sure, once the reserves and under-21s finish off.
Yeah, they'll all come over.
So we see Studham looking just to find that length.
Just needs a duck under. Oh, Max called early. The pairs game you mentioned, Craig, it was announced this week, Craig Mills is number 5 in the country. Great achievement for Craig. His state titles this year is brilliant. Oh, great bowl.
Gary Thompson just steps up and delivers on that one, but young Studham here's got plenty of room to work with. I know the talent this kid's got. What can he come up with here?
He's definitely sent it out there.
He's going to have a bit of a chat to it as he follows it down.
Just trying to talk to it. Oh,
just got to get
should
around
be
that.
scaring it.
Oh,
Good effort.
Another one.
quite slide in there, so it's going to be another shot to the Central Chargers there.
5 shots on 5 ends. Low scoring game. Very
That's
tight.
it. Chargers leading the way, 4 shots to 1. The overall score, of course, the little lead here is helping him peg it back a little bit. Overall, the Rogues 28, the Chargers 17. So they might be in front, but they've still got a bit of catch-up work to do, the Chargers, after Simon Gator Johnson's quality win over Mark Haynes in the earlier singles match. The quality start there. Been a good battle between the two leads here so far. Zella looks alright. Great ball by the young fella there. I guess Wilson, obviously during the week the coach has plenty of impacts, but on game day in these situations, how much of an impact are you having on just chatting to the players, stuff like power plays, all that sort of stuff? Are you talking much, or are you just letting them do their thing?
Oh, mainly letting them do their thing. Yeah, it's talk a little bit about what happens if we get a lead, like we've done here, or what happens if we fall behind at the start, and what to do. Talk a little bit about, like with any sport, about the opponents, if we know whether they're strong on short ends or long ends.
Yep.
Do a bit of homework.
Another quality effort from Zella there. He might be holding 2 at the moment.
Ben's having a cracking game.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Quality shot
Shot
there.
there.
Definitely found his range. What can Maxi Kleinig do here? Facial expression's not giving a lot away.
Coming in nicely. As you said on Ben, it'd be perfect bowl.
Ooh.
Just gone past him.
Bowman looking to answer back here, accentuates the follow through. What can he come up with?
Taking a little bit too much off there. Maxie still with the sunnies on the head, hoping the sun's going to come back out again.
He is
Come
interested.
Nice.
Very nice bowl.
Great ball.
Have that little bit of a shoe on at the end there, and it's made it. Of course, just while the players standing around having a bit of a chat, we'll give our sponsors a bit of love. The SA Super League sponsors, the City of Salisbury Sports Centre and West End. A big thank you to all three of them and everyone else who helped support the SA Super League and have made it into what it is today and continuing to grow. I guess, what's your thoughts on the concept, guys, of the Super League as a whole?
Yeah, well, I guess, look, I'm a spectator this year, so it's been great going out to Salisbury over the last few rounds and being a part of the action. Great that it's extended out with the reserves as well. Just makes it a bit more of a spectacle too, I think. So it's great to get people feeling like they're involved even if they can't get a game. Having the night games as well, great for a bit of excitement.
I agree, and I think the move to franchises is great as well, because the clubs that have the franchises feel like there's a lot more ownership in there, a bit more pride, and a bigger following. So it's great that it's the third year, but it's changed every year. It's improved, and the formats developed. Around last week, the women's round was fantastic.
Yep. We see Gary Thompson here looking just to sneak one in there. Looks like he's just about pulled it off. Excellent shot there. Good communication here between the Rogues.
Yeah, he had the weight that Max called, but unfortunately just a bit wide in that.
So it's going to be one shot to the
one.
Chargers. Slow going here, but just shows the even nature of the contest. They extend their lead out to 5-1. Overall brings the Rogues lead back to 10 shots.
I think the Rogues are going for the power play.
There we have it.
End.
Love a bit of power play action. Josh not having a whole lot of luck with the light there. There we go. Found a good spot.
Another great start by Bradley.
Quality right there. Be very keen to defend this one and not let the Rogues score their power play end here. But what can the Rogues do?
Jaden's got a great reply. Brilliant.
There's no doubting, folks. The SA Super League is the best of the best. You want quality bowls action, do not look any further. Just a little bit narrow there, but still good weight on it from Pesh. Zell likes that one. He's giving it a little fist pump. The young fella's following it the whole way down here.
Yeah, sit that bowl. Oh.
Oh,
Fantastic replay. That moves his first bowl into pole position there, I would have thought. Bowman steps up for the Chargers though. Been instrumental for the Chargers so far in this game. Once again, not a whole lot in it there. What can Maxi Clightning do? He's giving it some width again. He's at the turn for him. Looks like it will go close. Rogue's probably holding a shot here with the power play in. Of course, for those new to the Super League, power play means the score is doubled if it is your power play end. Can be a game changer. Bowman comes in.
Great bowl.
He'll shift that one over, so it's going to be a Chargers with at least one shot here, I reckon. Flips it over, they'll look to cancel out this power play. Oh, bit of a hop in his step here. He likes the look of it.
Oh, cracking bowl.
a great bowl.
High fives all round there for the Rogues. They wrestle back control on their power play and they trail by 4 shots at the moment, but they could turn around very quick here. Your thoughts on that, on the power play, guys? I guess, firstly, Wilson, as a coach, is this something that you have an influence on, or when they might call it, or just players' preference?
Oh, players' preference. Most teams usually play it if they've got the last bowl. Gives them a high percentage of scoring. But I love it. I think it's brilliant. Adds an extra level to the game. Extra bit of excitement.
It certainly has the ability to change momentum very quickly in a game.
Adds that little bit of spectacle that we love to see. Start him on the mat here.
Josh would really love to get
Turn this.
double figures in this.
Oh, I reckon that looks pretty good. Turn that 1 shot into 2, which turns it into 4 with the power play.
Yeah, a bit of pressure on Gary here.
Reserves and under 21 players bar the singles. That's 15-minute warning. You've got 15 minutes left for this match. It's a very close affair in the reserves. 37 plays 36. Plenty of good bowls being played out there. Both teams still a chance of winning. And the Western Rogues taking a lead. I think they're finished in the under 21s. Western Rogues defeating the Central Chargers. So well done to the under 21 Western Rogues team. Well done
Decent
to
line
all
on this
players for a
bowl.
good game. They get
Oh, how he hits it.
Oh,
Oh,
both teams battle here on the TV rink and a good battle in the reserves. So get around the players. I know it's cold, but get their hands out the pockets and give them a cheer.
couple of deflections there. What are we expecting here from young Josh, guys? What
I
sort of
think he's
shot?
just going to try and just turn his over.
Yeah, just arrive on Gary's last, but he's not liking that at the start, but he's changed his tune quickly.
Hoping to create a bit of extra force behind it there, possibly. Ooh.
He should have stuck with his original call.
2 up for the Rogues, which will need 4 shots. Or is that 1 turning into 2? That's the only part of the power play that does confuse me sometimes, whether they just automatically calculate. So on that one, when they do update the score. Of course, a couple of quick shout-outs here into commentator cam. Mike Watts watching from Aberystwyth, Wales. I probably said that horribly. I do apologise. So we look for a few more. South Africa again. Plenty of fans over there. So make sure you let us know in the comments where you're watching the stream from tonight, where you're enjoying it. And if you're still looking for something to do, I'll tell you what, there's still plenty of great bowls action to be played. Get down here to Club Holdfast, enjoy a beverage and a bit of food, and settle in for a ripper evening as we get underway with a nice long end here. Both players just either side there. As you might have heard over the microphones before, some close games going on behind us to the reserves and under 21s. Of course, keep an eye on all their bowls as say social media pages.
2 good bowls there from Mav.
Good reply by Brad.
What can Clining do here? Good start by the lead from both sides.
Down well again. Player of the game so far.
Looks pretty good.
Very nice.
His radar is on at the moment, Ben Bowman.
Nicely here.
Giving it width, just hasn't quite turned for him like he was hoping. Interestingly poised here, Bowman's probably got one. All four watching this one very closely. Looks on a good line again. Looks like it might just pull up a little bit short though. Still not a bad effort at all.
Yeah, certainly there in the mix of the head. Never know, but just a little bit shorter than Gary had called him on, so I'm sure he'd be a bit upset with that one.
Thank you very much for your efforts on commentary, guys. We'll let you guys head off and go find a good vantage point to settle into. We'll get a couple of the talented youngsters from the Chargers and Rogues to jump in here on the commentary while we watch Josh Studham on the mat here. Jump in the seats here, guys. Don't worry, won't be anything too hard hitting. Got your microphones in good positions there. So, hope I'll get this right. So we've got Kane Jensen from the Central Chargers and Evie Exton from the Western Rogues. Good evening, guys. How you going?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good, doing very well. We'll just watch this bowl from Gary Thompson here. Not a bad effort there. So you've just come from the rinks behind us in the under 21s.
Yeah.
Was it? How'd you go? What happened over there?
Yeah, it was interesting. The Rogues got up by a few in the end, I think.
Yeah, 22 to 14 in the end.
Very humble there. We like that as we watch Josh Studham here. Crowded down there. He's giving that plenty of whip. So I guess we'll start with you, Evie. Is this your first experience with the Super League this year?
Yes, I didn't really want to do it at the start, but Dad sort of convinced me to do it, so, and I'm glad I did.
I guess talk me through why you're glad. How have you enjoyed the experience?
Well, I guess I was only supposed to go on the under-21s, and at state training they needed me to fill in, and so I filled in, and I got drafted for the Rogues. So,
so it all happened very quickly, I guess you'd say.
yes, very much so.
So we watch Gary Thompson here. See what he comes up with. Looks a little bit narrow, this one. I'm not quite sure. So that's going to be 1 up to the Central Chargers. So they push back out to a 6-3 lead. Bring that overall gap in. And I guess, Kane, yourself, buddy, your first time with the Super League?
Yes. First time in the Super League.
How are you finding it?
Oh, I'm enjoying it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How long have you been playing bowls for?
Oh, I think this will be my 4th year now.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's good to hear. And I guess yourself, Evie, how long have you been involved in the sport?
5 years.
Yeah, okay. Good to hear as we see Bradley Pesh get us underway this end. Good close bowl. I do apologise. The power play for the Rogues a couple of ends ago was actually 2 shots, which did turn into 4 rather than 1 shot that turned into 2. Just trying to keep track of that. It's a bit of a challenge. To watch Jaden Zeller here. Another quality start. And I guess the Super League concept, guys, it's a good chance for you guys to sort of mix in with these sort of state players, these high-profile players.
Definitely.
Are there any in particular that you've enjoyed getting to know and be teammates with?
Sort of. I've been in the state championships under 18s a few times, and there's a few of the boys that are here playing in the Super League.
Yep.
Enjoy seeing them again, coming up against them and bowling them.
Zeller gives that one a bit of width. Just might turn over for him there in the end. Bowman steps up on the mat here. He's been on target so far tonight. It's pretty good again. A little bit narrow, but the weight is just about spot on. And I guess what is it about the sport of bowls that you guys enjoy? I guess how did you get into it to start with? We'll start with you, Evie.
My dad played when he was my age,
Yep.
and then my nana and granddad also played, so it was just sort of a reason for me to get involved. I started playing night hours, and that was how I started got into pennants.
Yep. Enjoyed it ever since. Maxi Klein comes up with a nice touch there, cleared out Bowman's ball. He'll take the shot there. And Kane, yourself?
Moved out to the country and wasn't much to do out there, so went down to the local bowling club one day, and they asked me to come fill in for a sad day, and I went and bowled, and they kept asking me to come back, so I sort of got into it that way by the community, just keep on wanting to involve me.
That is absolutely outstanding. That is a ripper story to hear that one for sure. Of course, we do appreciate you guys jumping on board commentary tonight.
Anytime.
Yeah.
Don't promise too much, otherwise we might get you back on later in the season. Good shot by Kleinig there. So whereabouts in the country are you from, Kate?
Handley Bridge.
Yeah, okay. Yep. And whereabouts do you play your club bowls, Evie?
Christie's Beach.
Yeah, okay. Here we go. Best of the best from all across South Australia at the moment, that's for sure, the Super League. See the 2 skips, just see what they're going to do here. Garrett Thompson, slow and methodical. Keeps an eye on this one. Not a bad effort there. I think the Rogues might be holding a couple of shots here. See what Studham can do. As that breeze just does not quite want to go away here, but the bowler's handling it perfectly. His teammates like this one, and it looks alright. It looks very good. What are you thinking here, guys? If you're Gary here, are you just putting a bit of weight on this one to clear it out? Or you try to draw a shot?
I can try and draw a shot.
Yeah, try to draw a shot.
It's what we like. Confidence from the youngsters. See what he can come up with here. Gonna have to do a bit of work. Throwing it right out there. So the Rogues in the box seat here to probably grab a handful of shots. See what they can do. Studham, it looks like he likes this one. Just left it out there a little bit. Wait and see the count here. A bit of chatting. So that's going to be 3 up for the Rogues. So they'll take an 8-6 lead. But I believe the Central Chargers will call their power play here just to mix it up a little bit. I guess, guys, obviously being youngsters playing bowls, are you seeing more young people getting involved in the sport as the years go by?
Definitely.
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll be out there in the schoolyard encouraging the others to get involved, or?
Yeah, sometimes.
Not for me.
Not a bad start there by Zella. So how's the club seasons going so far this year, guys? Pennants, what's the situation so far?
Yeah, it's going alright.
Yeah, we're sitting up high on the leaderboard, playing the top team this week.
Very nice. Who's the top team up that way?
Port Wakefield.
Yeah, okay. Zella not even blinking, he's watching this one very closely. Not a bad reason because it's an absolute ripper. Clears Precious Bowl out the way. See what his opposing number can come up with here. A little bit short there, but not terrible. Again, plenty of chat between Studham and Kleinig here.
Reserves players accept the singles, that's time. Please finish the end that you are on. Singles you'll be able to keep going.
There we go. Matthew Northcott making some announcements over the back. I'm sure that came through loud and clear. Well, guys, thank you very much for joining us. We'll let you go and grab a bite to eat and warm up a little bit inside. Much appreciated, and good luck with your bowls.
Thanks for having me.
Couple of very talented youngsters there. Kane Jansen of the Central Chargers, Evie Exton of the Western Rogues. Giving us some insights there. Lauren's back. Slotting back in perfectly. There we go. We've got a special guest to join us down the end there. Make sure he gets his headset on. Hainsey, how are you, mate?
Very, very good, thank you.
Good to have you as part of the team as we watch this triples clash continue to unfold. The Chargers, of course, with the power play here at the moment. I guess for yourself, it was a tough clash earlier tonight. Simon just, you seemed to peg him back, but then he would just get that couple of shots away again.
Yeah, it was not too good. It was a bit tricky out there, but a bit of wind and stuff, but no, he was a bit too consistent over the time, so well played to Sol.
That's it. Best of the best playing in the singles here as Bowman looks to clear it out with a bit of weight here. What
Close
can he
hit.
come up with? Bang!
Shot.
Great hit.
Saw a few of those from yourself earlier, Mark. You had a couple of cracks at it there, very attacking.
Yeah, it's one of my go-to shots is that forehand runner. I'm pretty accurate most of the time, so yeah, I'll definitely go to it when it's set up right. So
How did you feel tonight? Looked like just a couple of little deflections and it just quite wasn't falling your way.
Yeah, it was just a slightly bit different to the roll-up we had. I think it probably dropped us a little bit of pace, but, you know, yeah, it was just a little bit tricky and hard to find, so I guess I just scratched around too much and couldn't find a rhythm.
Yep. And your thoughts here in this triples clash, what you've seen, Lauren, the last little bit?
Yeah, it's certainly been an interesting one with the Rogues now taking the lead.
Studham just a little bit short there. Of course, the Chargers with the power play. They can just sneak a couple here. Could bring it back dramatically. Not giving a lot away with his facial expressions there, Gary. He's going to watch this one right down to the end. Looks alright though, if it can just get there. Just a little bit short again. They might still be holding one though. But close between the balls at Bowman and Kleinig. What can Studham do here?
He has to get this one in there. He could have 3 seconds if he doesn't get it in there. It's pretty close.
Looks very good. Classy stuff there from the young skip. Rattles that one in, says thank you very much. Your turn now, Gary. See what he can reply with here.
He's got a pretty big drive, Gary, but I don't think it's quite set up for him to use that.
Just getting confirmation what the situation is. Might be 2 down. See what he can come up with here. Oh, if he can just sneak past his own bowl there. Look out. Oh,
great effort.
That'll reduce the damage though. It's just a one shot, I reckon. So the Chargers unable to capitalise on the power play. I guess, Hainsey, your thoughts on the power play? We've seen it can be a tough one to capitalise on sometimes.
It is. I don't think. I think there's been a couple of big ones through the whole tournament, but I think a lot of people have negated it pretty well. Yeah, I think, and now especially in the pairs and the triples, I think more bowls you get.
Yeah.
You can definitely get some more shots, and I don't know. Obviously, I dropped a 3, which was a 6, but yeah, I think the singles are a bit hard to make the power plays work for you a little bit more rather than the pairs and the triples. You can get quite a big score if you're lucky enough.
Is there any sort of cue for you when you're playing, or is there something that sort of flicks and you go, right, I might use a power play here, or is it just you just spur of the moment, play it?
Yeah, I think you just, when you got last bowl, obviously that helps.
Yep.
So if you drop an end and you're a couple behind, you can be renowned to use one. Yeah, last season I used to use it on the first end just to get it out of the way, so you didn't have to worry about it. Haven't done it this season, but I think after tonight's display we might see it rip it back out.
Zeller here for the Rogues, who's been leading the way from the start. Setting the tone, bit of weight on this one. Bit of protection out the back there. Can Pesh reply with.
Far away.
Looks alright if it keeps rolling, and it does. Beautiful shot there, nice toucher. And making the move, yeah, obviously, I think you skipped the triples last week, back into the singles this week, just changing it up a bit.
Yeah, the coaches, he picks a team, so you just play where you put.
Studham's a fan of this one from Kleinig. See where it finishes up. Not a bad spot there.
Might have to start picking the overall score back a little bit. I think it's starting to get away for the pairs to definitely do some damage.
Yeah, well, I guess there's obviously that little bit of pressure when you're playing in the singles or the triples early. You don't want to leave too much of a deficit for the guys to have to chase.
Yeah. Guess I didn't do that very well for our team today. Especially with the class that the Rogues have got on display tonight, it's going to be hard to peg those back. So,
well, I guess
He's a fan of
as
this
close
one.
as shot.
Oh,
what a
ball.
great shot!
another big high five there. Couldn't have scripted that one much better. I guess. Yeah, your thoughts on the pairs clash and how that sets up?
Yeah, well, two of my hometown or home club players, Craig Mills and Jeff Munn. Yeah, they'll go very well together. They played together before, so I think they won a state pairs together. So
yep,
it's a good pair. But they're obviously coming up against Closey. He's not going to let something slip. So yeah, hopefully they can peg him back here and make it a nice contest.
For sure. Started with those long levers. He's trying to talk to this one. Hoping it'll behave for him.
Yeah, just hunting to sit on that bowl, but just hung out a bit wide for him that time.
What are you thinking here from Gary, guys? What sort of shot are you looking for?
Just trying to land the jack high bowl, and if he can trail the jack 6 feet, he's got Benny's par, so you know he can sneak the jack sideways for a couple. So he's got all the chances if he's up there.
He's given it a bit of weight to hopefully achieve that. Our commentary desk nearly blows away. Just snuck it in around the back there. The Rogues holding one at the moment. Of course, a 3-shot lead in this game and a 17-shot lead overall. As Mark just said, can get away from him very early. Still just the one here.
Just looks a bit wide. You gonna get down? Got it.
Ooh.
Oh, well played.
There it is.
Good ball.
Ripped down nicely at the end.
Cleared that away beautifully. So that's going to be 1 to the Chargers, I believe. Crucial shot there.
Goes on with the match of the round still in progress. Just a note from the kitchen for the reserves and under 21 players and any spectators that the kitchen will be closing at 8:30. So if you're keen for something to eat, please go see the kitchen before 8:30 so they can hook you up with some nice, warm, tasty, delicious grub. Thank you.
Bit of a shorter end here for the Chargers. Not a bad start there from Pesh, just a little bit on it. It's pretty good from Zeller here.
Jaden's been in some great touch this game.
So crucial as well, the triples. He's just got them off to a great start every end.
Yeah, good shot here too.
Of course, make sure you let us know where you're watching from out there. Hopefully you're enjoying the live stream. It's great to be able to bring such fantastic action across the world. We've got viewers in all parts of the globe.
Absolutely, and I heard in the break that there's a few Victorian viewers, so hi to everyone back from my home state. Hope the easing of the COVID restrictions has brought some joy.
Geez, you'd hope so. They've made a bit of progress over there. It's a much better situation than it was a couple of weeks ago.
Absolutely. And I bet there's a few of them itching to get started into the season.
Close here.
Bowman once again. Zeller still holding shot, but Bowman just doing well. What can Clining do here? Trail it at the back there. Found a beautiful spot there though. Cleared Pesha's ball away. Bowman with a bit of work to do to give his skipper with something to work with here.
Don't mind it.
Ooh. Just not quite the deflection they were hoping for.
Oh, he's gone the toucher.
Rogues holding a couple here by the looks of it.
They got 3 on the spot too. It's a lot of room. Only about 30 feet, but
And Mark, I guess the Super League overall as a concept, how you're finding it this year?
yeah, it's great. I think playing in the a bit in the summer's great for everyone too. So, no, you can't talk highly enough of it. Competition's good every week, and gets a lot of players into the system and playing with different people. And no, it's going very well. It's a tight season so far this year with changes with the ladder every week. So.
Let's watch Gary Thompson. What can he do here for the Chargers? Down a couple, but this looks all right. It's going to clear one away. Turns 2 shot back into 1. What are we looking here for Josh, guys?
Yeah, you just sort of don't want to build a target, but just getting around to Ben's other bowl would be great. He's got the tee covered if Gary happens to kill it here.
Not sure.
Just a little bit narrow, that one. I heard it. Max and Kleining's told Josh if he can just move the jack of that little bit, they can get 4 or 5 shots here, the Rogues, and really blow this game wide open.
Wasn't much danger there either. Just
I think they'll
pushed it out there.
Take the one pretty comfortably there for the Rogues. Push that lead out, 10-7. 37-20 overall. As we come into what will be the 13th end, I want to say. A couple of the Rogues players just finding their rhythm over the back here.
Another good start there by Jaden.
Yeah, back to the longer ends. The Rogues seem to be liking it a little bit longer.
Pesh looking for a reply. A bit skinny, but the weight looks not too bad. You just have the shot there. Of course, if you're looking for a few party tunes for your Friday night or even your Saturday night tomorrow, make sure you check out the Bowls to Say playlist on Spotify. Plenty of great tunes in there to keep you going. And Zeller just steps up once again. Bang, bang. Let's just give this one a little bit more width if he can get that weight right. It's the same again there, just come under it that little bit. As you hear the horns going off. Anzac Highway over there.
Far away from Maxi.
Looks pretty good.
Shot.
Ah. Boatman's been a good lick, but he's going to need a special effort here after a good start by the Rogues. Got a bit of weight on this one. Ooh. Too bad. I guess overall, who are we thinking are the teams to beat this year in the competition?
The Northern Knights have started off very strong. You know, Kane Calls playing very well in their triples. I think they haven't changed their triples, I don't think, yet in the first 3 games, and I think they got the same one tonight. So, in the inclusion of Nathan Pedersen, well, everyone knows what he can do in South Australia. So, Will McFarlane as well. So they got three classy players that can go for their side every week, and they're probably one of the stronger ones this year. The Rogues, obviously, star-studded lineup. Yeah, I'll back ourselves in too. We got a very good side. And yeah, I guess anyone outside of that, the Blazers. I think the Blazers are pretty solid. I reckon the winner will probably come from one of those 4 sides this year.
Yep.
So,
as we see Bogman come up with a great drive there, I reckon the Rogues are probably holding 3 or 4 shots, but he's managed to clean it out a bit and probably reduce the damage to just the one, leaving a bit of room for his skip to work with here.
So yeah, I won't be surprised if the winner comes from one of those 4 sides.
Yep. And I guess yourself, singles, is that your preferred format?
I'm more of a team player. You know, singles, yeah, I'll play it, but no, definitely probably a pairs. Pairs is my favourite discipline.
Yep.
But yeah, you pick where you played and just go and do it. So.
Especially with TJ laying down the law.
That's it. No, you don't say no to TJ.
What are you thinking here from Gary, guys? What sort of shot should we be expecting?
He's going to get down his backhand. He'd try and land the Maxi's shot bowl or trail the jack. Probably 6 feet away. Hangs on, he might get a lucky result.
Ooh.
Got the split.
He's done all right there.
A little back flop for shot.
See how quickly it can change.
Doesn't want to let it rip, Joshy.
It's going to have some heat. The camera's going to have some work to do keeping up with this one. Oh. That has thudded into the ditch there. Would have caused all sorts of chaos if it made any contact. Chance for Thompson here though. If he can just slake another one in, reduce that deficit for the Chargers.
I think he's trying to get a little touch on the jack here. Can make 3. I think that's what Ben wants him to try and do.
3 shots would be good to level up the score. Ooh. Just didn't quite have the weight on it there. So I reckon that's going to be 2 shots. Maybe
Chargers going the power play here.
Power play time. Love it. Not sure what that was in there.
I think it was one.
One shot of the Chargers. Yep. They'll carry that on, as we've heard from plenty of people tonight. When you've got that last bowl, it's a good chance to take the power play. So the Chargers They reduce the deficit to 2. Overall deficit hanging around that 16 shot mark. If I can get that back into single figures by the end of this game, give Craig Mills and Jeff Munn something to play at come the pairs to finish off the evening. Pesh just leaving that one a little bit long. Of course, going a little bit shorter here.
Maybe his worst ones for a few ends, Jaden.
Yeah, bit of room to work with here for Brad.
Especially the power play, you've got to jump on in, you know, put a bit of pressure on him to try and get that shot. It's not too far away.
Looks pretty good. It's going to keep turning over. The distinctive green and gold ball there. Beautiful shot by Pesh. Bit of a high five. Leaded that one to Chargers. See if Zeller can adjust his weight here. Looks much better. Might take the jack with him here. Off his game, but very briefly he answers back here. Bowman needs a good comeback here for the Chargers.
Not far away.
It's pretty good once again.
Oh.
Ooh. Not quite the result he was hoping for there. Maxi Kleinig got these greens in perfect lick for tonight's match of the round. He'll want to be taking advantage of it here. Watching it very closely. What can he come up with? Weight spot on, just he'll adjust that line for his second one. Rogue's holding a shot here. And he's consistent. Bowman will give him that much. Kleinig just looking to adjust that line.
Didn't like it.
Spot on with his last one. It's going to run straight into it. And with that, we will welcome our Channel 44 viewers to the SA Super League Round 4 match of the round here. The Western Roads taking on the Central Chargers. We've got the pairs on, their triples on at the moment, sorry. Pairs still to come later in the evening. We've got a fantastic contest heating up here. The triples, the Rogues leading the way by a couple of shots, but we've still got 5 ends to play, so plenty can happen between now and the end. As we see a power play in action at the moment, so a couple of shots here for the Rogues could absolutely change it all. They trail 16 shots in the overall picture of the match, with the pairs still to come. They'll be wanting to not leave Craig Mills and Jeff Munn with too much work to do, especially against Ashley Close and Carl Shapel to finish off the night.
Close, Gary. Get down to the jack.
Oh, he wants it.
Oh, what a shot.
Yeah, great
Well
shot.
done, Gary.
Oh. Josh Studham, he's walking this one home.
Won't matter, Mac.
I know that comes through your microphones there. He's happy with it. He'll reduce that to probably the one shot there for the Chargers.
He's got a shot on, but he doesn't want to be too over aggressive and give it away.
What are you thinking here if you're in Gary's shoes? What sort of shot?
Well, I think he wants to try and trail the jack on his forehand, but yeah, obviously he doesn't want to give the shot away and give the double shots away. But we do need the shot, so I think he may give it a crack.
Of course, the power play in action here for the Rogues. They can extend that lead. All sorts of power plays happening for those new to the SA Super League. Both teams get 2 to play during each match.
Trail the jack makes it very hard for Josh to get to it as well.
Double shots for a power play. What can he do here? Gary Thompson, the
Really
Chargers
interesting.
skipper. He's liking the look of it. Oh, a bit of a kiss there and a kiss there.
It's made 5.
He's happy with that one.
A little bit of fortune off the front, but he was pretty close. Big shot here from Josh.
Obviously pretty crowded down there. What sort of angle are we looking at here? We come in from this backhand side.
Yeah. Doesn't mind it. Going to clear the front.
Oh,
Oh, good shot.
not a bad effort there.
Game of millimetres.
That's going to be
Great play from both teams there as this
2
game
shots for the
holding up
Chargers, I believe.
halfway through the matches round.
Yeah, it was certainly tough to get around and into that.
Comfortable lead at the moment over the Central Chargers, but still plenty
2
of
shots
goals
for
to
the
be
Chargers,
played.
so that'll bring the score back to 10 apiece.
Starting our pairs
4 ends left to
on
play.
ring 2 now. They're going to play the start of their game on ring 2, 4 or 5 ends, and then they will shift across to the TV rink once the triples is over. So welcoming to the match of the round in the pairs, the Western Rogues, coached by Wilson Golby, Carl Chappelle leading and Ashley Close skipping. Up against the Central Chargers, coached by TJ Saunders, with Jeff Munn leading and Craig Mills skipping. So good combinations for both teams. So they will start their pairs match now, and we will see them on the TV rink at the conclusion of the triples.
Sure you heard that there, folks.
Congratulations to the Western Rogues who defeated the Central Chargers in the reserves, 62 shots to 45. So the Western Rogues claiming the under-21s and the reserves so far. And as I said, holding a 37 to 23 shot lead in the league game at the moment. So plenty of action to come in this one. Good luck to both teams.
Sure you would have heard there, folks. The pairs getting underway behind us there. They'll get their match kicked off before they join us on the TV rink over here at the conclusion of this incredibly exciting triples game. Jaden Zeller just comes up with a shot, then a nice trailer there. Doing well. Overall margin still at that 14 shots. Scores level here in this triples clash. Overall, this contest is still on a knife edge. Bowman just leaving that one a bit short. He'll be disappointed with that.
Yeah, the rink wins may come into it towards the end of the later end of the season as well. You know, so it's 10-all in this game, and you know, I think getting those rink wins, yeah, obviously you want the overall, but yeah, you know, you get 2 out of the 3 rink wins, and you're probably going to get the overall, but
every point counts.
It will count towards the end of the season, especially if it starts to tighten up and a few teams beat each other and the ladder starts to really tighten up.
Well, you mentioned it. There's plenty of good teams at the top of the table, and there's plenty of teams lower down that can still cause plenty of trouble and a few upsets. So we'll see, of course, 7-round season before we get stuck into the finals. Of course, for the season finishing off about a week or so just before Christmas time. So getting it all done and out the way. SA Super League on the road this week. Coming to you from Club Holdfast here with the match of the round between the Rogues and the Central Chargers. Also on this evening, the Manly Pirates taking on the Northern Knights at Modbury. Spoken about how the Knights have started the season beautifully. We've got the Eastern Raiders and the Hyson Comets at Payneham, and the Southern Blazers and the South Eastern Spartans, it's a bit of a mouthful that one, at Ascot Park. So plenty of great action. Of course, keep an eye on the Bowls Say Facebook page here for all your latest SA Super League updates, especially this evening. So we get a bit of a wrap up from the scores around the ground. Of course, going out and about on the road again next week for round 5 before round 6 and round 7 return to Salisbury And then, of course, be followed by the finals. Chargers skipper Gary Thompson, what can he do? Can he take the jack?
Oh, yeah.
He has. Ooh.
Starting to find his feet, Gary. Played a couple of good shots in his last couple.
Got that confidence going. I think the Rogues are probably holding one here, though, from our vantage point. Studham looking to make sure of that.
Be interesting to see if the pairs game next door starts to affect the last few ends of these the triples, especially with shots and coming into play.
Of course, that's the beauty of the Super League. You've always got to have that in the back of your mind. And we saw last week yourself playing the match of the round of the triples. You guys were able to salvage that draw at the end there and just hang on to that buffer for the pairs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was about getting as close as we could, and we were lucky to sneak away with a draw. And yeah, I think Millsy brought it home in the pairs. So sometimes it's not all about needing to win by heaps. Someone else does that for you. You just got to consolidate and get the job done, even by minor margins.
Thompson giving this one a bit of width. He'll want it to turn over for him pretty quickly.
Oh, he's fallen in. 2.
Could be very close here. Communication once again from the Rogues boys. Leadership from Maxi Kleining, working with a couple of young fellas here tonight. Studham looking to slide this one through. What can he come up with?
Oh, he's going to be stiff.
Looks to have cut one out.
Chargers are holding 3 or 4 on the pairs on the first end too.
There you go. Off to an exciting start over there. Millsy's got his tail up. As we see a bit of a measure here on the 15th end. Just checking which way it's going to go. 2 for the Chargers there by the looks of it. Benny Bowman holding up the 2 fingers. So the Chargers, they hit the front after trailing for a lot of this contest. They take a 2-shot lead, bring that overall back to 12 shots. And as you mentioned, Mark, that pairs match going on just behind us. Chargers get a good start there before they come over to the TV rink. This game overall could go down the wire. Oh, can hear the excitement going on.
Ashley Close played an absolute cracker there. 4 down to 1 up.
Some big personalities on that rink as the Chargers look to go a bit shorter on this one.
Yeah, Gary Thompson's played 2 really big ends. Starting to find his feet.
Pesh with an early toucher there. What can Zeller do? He's been consistent all night, the young fella leading off for the Rogues.
A little bit quick with that one, I think. I think he knew when he let it go.
Yes, we have.
We saw it, mate.
Ashley Close just going to...
Bit of banter from the RAF at the back.
Not far away here either.
Pesh stepping up to the plate.
Well played.
For the Chargers, couple of touches here. Dream start.
Certainly feels like the momentum swifted to these Chargers in the latter part of this game. So the Rogues will be looking to really get involved.
And I guess, guys, obviously playing through this twilight period, it was quite sunny and warm as we kicked off the match of the round, and now it's with the lights on and all that sort of stuff, conditions changing. How much of an effect does that have on the speed of the greens?
Yeah, well, definitely it slows them down. But yeah, it's probably a second or 2 slower. It's not dramatic change, but it's just enough. Yeah, don't have to take as much grass.
Yeah.
But you just got to adjust as it changes.
Bowman just a little bit behind there, but not the worst possible result for the Chargers. They hold a couple to start off here.
It's usually that transition between when the sun sets, the shadows start to come across the green, and once they go away, then it makes it a bit better.
Yep.
Great shot.
Oh. He steps up to the plate for the Rogues and says, don't get too ahead of yourself here, Chargers. We're still hanging in there. Fantastic replay there from the Spacequake Sports crew. Doing a great job. What can Bowman do?
Hang on. Oh, close.
Ooh. Klein looking to recreate his heroics here. Giving a lot away with the facial expressions this time around.
Seems to be tracking on a good pace.
Quality shot there. He's come up with two absolute rippers. That'll be the shot for the Rogues. The second shot's a 50-50, and of course, while the skips are just heading down the other end, we'll give the sponsors a quick shout out. Of course, City of Salisbury hosting plenty of the SA Super League season. Great supporters of the competition. We do appreciate them. Sports Centre as well. Great group there. And of course, West End. Three fantastic sponsors that the Super League wouldn't be possible without. So a big shout out to them for everything they do. See if Gary can keep his momentum going here. Seeing him well lately. We'll need a good effort here after a couple of good bowls by Kleinig. What can he do?
Oh.
Well, he's made sure if that was two shots, it's definitely only one now for the Rogues.
Got 3 seconds too, Gary. Be careful not to get his own bowl here, but he'll trail the jacket, makes it hard for Gary to get the shot.
Looks alright from our angle, I tell you what.
He was looking to trail it there, but still in a great home.
I'll be lucky to avoid a little collision there. Oh, could just about get a hot spot up on that jacket. Might have given a little tickle on the way through. What are we looking for here from Gary, guys? Obviously, pretty tough spot. What's a good result here for the Chargers?
Be interesting to see if he wants to just try and rip the bowl out, or if he's going to try and just trail the jack 2 feet. Got a bit of speed on it.
What can he do here?
Don't know. One up, one down.
What can young Studham do here? Got those long levers going. His side trailing by 2 shots here in this exciting triples clash. Can they draw level at the end of this end? Good little deflection there.
If he didn't draw in there would have been something wrong. I think the boys would have let him know, but...
one shot to the
Rogues take it
Rogues.
out.
That'll be 1 shot to the Rogues there, yep. So they reduce the deficit to 1. Still leading overall by 13 shots though. The Chargers with a bit of work to do. 2 ends to go here. Of course, the pair's already underway behind us. Plenty of animation, plenty of big positive body language and characters going on over there. Ashley Close just comes up with the ripper.
Yes, I think there will be an entertaining game to come after this triples match for the viewers at home.
See what Pesh can do here. Started the last end beautifully. Chargers looking to hang on to this lead.
Good shot.
Another ripper there. He stood up when it's counted here so far. Finishing very strongly. What can Zeller answer back with here, the young fella? He's not quite sure on this one. He's just waiting to see what happens. It might just deflect off his first one. Pushes that one a bit closer, but Crash still holding the shot here. See if he can draw in a second. Tracking pretty well. Looks a bit heavier this time. I think he'll be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Good home behind there.
Never a dull moment on Anzac Highway.
It's what the SA Super League taking it out on the road's all about. Plenty of excitement going on. So we see Bowman stepping up here. A little bit quiet the last couple of ends. We know what he can do though. Line looks pretty good, just a little bit short though. Not quite sure what the power play situation is at the moment. It's been hard to keep track of this game. It's been so close, but I reckon at least we might see one play to this last end coming up next.
Yeah, Maxi's interested in this one, and for good reason. Great shot.
He's been the standout probably in this clash, I reckon. Right in the middle there for the Rogues. He's just come up time and time again with those crucial shots. Be frustrating for Bradley Pesh, who's just started well so many times. Kleinig just has the answer each and every time. What can Bowman do? Not a lot there. Might be 2 for the Rogues. Not quite sure from our camera angle, but we'll see. The skip still yet to play though. Just got the feeling this one's going to come right down to the wire. This match in particular, and the overall picture when we get underway with the pairs a little bit later. He's not a massive fan of this one, Studham. Gary Thompson walking with plenty of purpose.
Might be an aggressive shot here, trying to get to the jack. Does like it.
Got a bit of weight on this one. What can he come up with? The Chargers skip. Tracking all right.
Great shot, Gary.
Yeah, well done.
Big shot in the context of the game.
So they got 2.
Yeah, that second might be quite a long measure on that second one if it ends up like this. But plenty of room for Studham to bring one in if he can. He's going with weight as well. Both the skippers taking the aggressive ploy here. What can he do? Oh, narrow miss there. Looked good initially.
Big draw here.
Game of inches. This is for sure. Gary Thompson. What can he do here? Couple of shots for the Rogues. Would be crucial. And the celebration as well. Get around him on that one. It's TV time as well. Sure you check that one out.
Famous cricketer, wasn't it? Was it Brett Lee or was someone that put their arms out when they... Well, it might have been from another country, I don't know. Don't follow cricket that much, but I remember seeing it.
Love a good celebration. He'll get up and about even more here if he can draw in a second.
Just got to sneak in.
Ooh. A little bit light, but...
Maxi's conceded it.
2 shots there.
Three shots.
3 shots there,
three
okay.
shots.
So that 50-51 did fall the way of the Chargers, so they'll take 3. And they'll push back out to a 4-shot lead. Coming into the last end here, I reckon, as well. And they've got the power play as well, the Chargers. It's just all happening. There's never a top moment in the SA Super League, folks. Action aplenty. Going a bit shorter this time. Got that margin, overall margin back to 10 shots. If they can take just even a handful of shots here.
Not a bad starter coming up.
Makes it very interesting. Pesh just once again. This last 5 NT has been outstanding, and it falls in as well. He's had it on a string. What can Zeller come up with, the young fella? Shown plenty early, had a couple of quiet ends, but we know he's got it in him. Not a bad home back there. And Pesh follow up his good work. A little bit wider this time, but the weight doesn't look terrible. Not a bad spot to finish in. Zeller looking to answer here for the Rogues. Trailing by 4 shots.
Oh. It's probably his worst end since we sat down, I think.
Yeah.
Developing into quite an interesting end. This is where you've got to put the pressure on, especially when 2 bowls, they don't quite get close. You've got to put the pressure on, especially Max has been playing very well, so won't expect him to be far away.
Exactly right. Bowman just leaving his a little bit long as well. What can Kleinig do? He's been keeping the Rogues in it these last few ends. Can he be the hero and help him snatch a victory late? Just a little bit narrow that time. We hear the bowls crashing very heavily over the backer. A trademark Craig Mills drive over there.
Got a tremendously lucky result.
Nearly sent that couple of those bowls down to Jetty Road. As we see Bowman, this one's tracking all right. The skipper Gary likes it. He's getting right in behind it. Couple of shots here for the Chargers. They've of course got the power play as well.
Joss wants to drive and Max wants to draw. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
No, that's got to be a first.
Yeah,
I'm glad it's on film.
That's what happens. That's sometimes what happens when you're
in 2 minds.
Yeah, or the skipper wants you to play something, you want to play something else, and you play something in the middle.
And he's found the middle there. No man's land at the back. Just waiting for a bit of a combo there, the Chargers boys. Gary's got a big smile on his face.
Yeah, he's loving it at the moment, isn't he?
He's a happy skipper.
He's in some good form in pennant too, from what I'm hearing. He's playing some very good bowls at the moment. Very interesting if he's trying to cover here, or if he's trying to play a shot to get some more numbers.
Going on that backhand side. He's got a bit on it this one. He's giving it plenty of width though, so.
Well, I would have thought he would assume that Josh would be having a bit of a go at this one, so.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, you covered the option. Now Josh is going to whack it. So.
Yep.
Get ready, folks. This is going to have some impact. Ooh, oh, once again, he's just found the gap.
So they're almost just happy to take the 2, which is a 4, and try and get the tee. By the looks. Not as much weight.
Ooh, interesting result there. Experience of Max declining there. Just tell the young fella take the option. Play conservative, just try and clear it out. Looks pretty good from our angle. Oh.
He was trying to kill there, thinking of the overall, but cut one out at least. So.
That'll be one shot that turns into two to finish off the game. So it'll be a 17-11 shot win, I would have thought, for the Chargers over the Rogues. That brings the overall deficit back to 8 shots, heading into the pairs who have already started. Thanks for joining us, ladies and gentlemen, for what was an outstanding triples contest. We'll be, we've got the pairs still to come to finish off the SA Super League match of the round, if I can get my words out properly, between the Western Rogues and the Central Chargers here at Holdfast Bay. Well, sorry, I've jumped in over the top of you there, Matty.
That's right, Joe. No, you go. You've been broadcasting this match to perfection. Carry on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to a very breezy Holdfast Bay Bowling Club as we finish off the SA Super League Round 4 match of the round between the Rogues and the Chargers. We jump in here at the fifth end, I want to say, of the pairs clash. Talk us through the situation here, boys.
The Rogues have got off to a nice little lead on the overlap rink. The team of Carl Chappell and Ashley Close leading 8 shots to 2 after 4 ends over Jeff Munn and Craig Mills of the Central Chargers. So I think some good shots by both Carl and Ashley early, finding their range, and they've jumped out to a nice little lead, which has built that buffer back up for the Western Rogues on the overall scoreboard. They're holding a nice, comfortable 14-shot lead as we get down the stretch of this round 4 match of the round.
Speaking of the Western Rogues, the bloke sitting in between us really probably doesn't need much of an introduction, but we'll give you one anyway. Maxi Kleinig, you were rolling them all right in the triples there, mate. The result just didn't quite go your way in the end.
Not too bad, yeah. They were coming out pretty good out there for a while. Track just slowed down a little bit and we fell back to the pack a little bit, and Gary turned on a bit of a special. So, yeah, I think we're pretty good lead going into this, which is okay though.
See Craig Mills just delivering one there.
Slipping past.
Just.
So another 1 shot to the Western Rogues. 9 plays 2 after 5 ends. This pairs encounter, which is also 18 ends, as was the triples. So 13 ends left in this match of the round. Hope you're all enjoying the broadcast at home. It's a fantastic venue here at Holdfast Bay, fantastic setup, and the greens are alright too, as the man sitting next to us is responsible for curating the turf.
I was just looking at those blue lines there. They're not my finest work, but they'll pass for now, I suppose.
It's like the camera adds 10 pounds, Max. The camera adds 10%
on?
wonkiness as well.
The camera's on us too, so another 20 pounds. Don't need any more. Oh, shadow 10 kilometres an hour.
So it'll be a very interesting matchup, this one. Jeff Munn and Craig Mills, club mates down at the West Lakes Bowling Club. Former state pairs champions together, so they know each other's game pretty well and what it takes to be successful. And Carl and Ashley, both, I believe, if Carl's not there already, I dare say he'd be getting very close. Have played over 100 state games for South Australia, so very accomplished players. Probably haven't played as much bowls together from a club point of view or a tournament point of view, but they would also know each other's games pretty well from their experience in the state team together.
Yeah, you get to this level and you're on the same page straight away anyway. You played state bowls together, like you said, over 100 games, both of them. They would have played a lot of them together, so yep, they would know exactly what's going on as a partnership. And they were getting extremely close bowls on the rink behind us when we were finishing our game too. So
we mentioned it a couple of weeks ago when we covered the Western Rogues in round 2 on the match of the round. That's Carl Chappell. He brings the energy. We love it about him. He loves getting up and down the rink.
Not shy of a follow.
He will be running this game out until we hit the end. So he's an athlete born into the wrong sport, I think, sometimes, young Carl.
The Energizer Bunny does not stop. Goes pretty good too, as I found out last Saturday.
Can play. You'll see there he's holding shot on the crossover. And for those that watched the match of the round last week, you would have also seen the exploits of Craig Mills and what he's capable of. He had a good win in the pairs over Craig Goldfinch of the Eastern Raiders, so he's no doubt going to play some very telling bowls throughout this match as well.
Another keen exponent of the follow, loves to run right down the rink as well, up and back.
Pick that up quick, Joe.
Loves a camera. Loves a camera.
Pretty good here. He's just got to trickle down the hill, slightly shy of the jack.
Lovely track.
Yeah, it has just lost a yard, obviously, with the cooler weather in the night. And the lights have just kicked in, so yeah, we have lost a couple of yards on the pace that was there an hour ago.
Still running very nice. I'm sure it's very true for the players at this time of night. The The breeze is not too strong, so there'll be plenty of range to play good bowls. It was always probably a little bit harder to judge your weight controller at a night time. Maxi, would you agree with that?
Yeah, it is, because it's ever changing. I think once you get to this stage now, I think the green just plateaus. It's done its job for the day. It just sort of sits around the same pace for the rest of the night now, no matter how long you play for. There's no dew, so it doesn't really change it. But yeah, I think the challenging thing for these guys is they've changed rinks, and in this particular position, the wide hand would have changed, which is an interesting conundrum, I suppose. we're sort of blocking a bit of the wind there at ground level too, so they've just got a little bit of adjustment to do. But that track was playing pretty true from what I could see.
See how they adjust to the new rink.
It's interesting.
Ashley Close has had great line with his first 2 bowls, just pulling up a tad short, but he was just asking the question of his partner Carl there whether he actually was in the count. I think Carl acknowledged that he was, so Western Rogues holding a count of 2. This last bowl from Ashley Close.
Just needs to be just past the jack, preferably.
Willing it to hurry on.
Left-handed swoop.
Just pulling in the same little spot, so looks like it's probably only a count of 2 still. Craig Mills, last bowl for the Central Chargers.
Up and about.
Didn't give up on it, doesn't mind it off the hand.
Does turn pretty savagely there, so
needs it to keep its head up. Needs it to keep its head up. Ooh. Went awfully close, had great weight for the shot.
Still looks like 2, I think.
2 it is. Yep. To the Western Rogues. So takes their lead to 11 shots to 2 in this pairs matchup after 6 ends, and has extended that overall lead out to 17. So every match of the round that we've covered so far, it's sort of been in this position for the pairs that one team has had a comfortable lead over the other. So it's getting to a pretty challenging time for the Central Chargers to claw this back for the overall, but we do know it can turn quickly with 2 power plays in play. They'll need to make the most of those.
Just going to say the power plays here are crucial now. I don't know, have they played any in the early ends over there?
They have not.
No, so yeah, it becomes a bit of a game of cat and mouse now. We failed on ours in our game, which cost us in the end. So yeah, it's a big decision to make, and playing a good end. Once you've called it, you've got to have bowls that yard pass. You mustn't be short, so cutthroat.
Absolutely. So 17 seems like a long way back, but it's definitely doable. It's just going to take a bit of momentum in this match, and Carl Chappelle's putting bowls in like that will make it a little bit difficult.
Certainly is. Loves the camera, Shadow.
I'm yet to meet a lawn bowler that doesn't, Max, to be honest.
Not a huge fan on this bloke.
You?
Not a huge fan.
Oh, Jeff Munn.
no, me. Money's all over it as well. No,
you were giving us a bit of energy in the triples there.
Well, not through trying. I was just concentrating on giving Josh as good a head to bowl to as I could have.
Carl getting after this one again. This Super League coverage is fantastic, Max. You've played in the big bright lights of the Australian Premier League and Bowls Premier League on Fox Sports and whatnot, so you are pretty accustomed to it.
Had a few cracks at it. I really enjoy that. I do enjoy the big stage. Obviously, it's a bit of an event. Good shot here, money. So no, I did. I loved every minute of that. It's there's not a lot of times where you find yourself feeling a bit of adrenaline in bowls, but it's reserved for grand finals and things like that, and then definitely playing BPL on TV and having a big crowd in the stands was pretty cool. Not very easily emulated.
You had some great performances there for the old Adelaide Endurance, coming ever so close to a title, so you don't get nervous by the cameras.
No, it would have been nice to finish one of them off though. Would have been lovely.
The crowd has been good tonight, Max, down at Holdfast Bay. The club supporter. A lot have opted for the inside venture of the warmer club rooms, but it's been a good turnout tonight to support.
To be completely honest, I don't blame them one bit. But the brave souls that are sticking around has been absolutely fantastic. Those clubs gone from strength to strength in that regard in the past. They would have sort of gone home and tucked into bed. But it's really good to see them out here supporting a lot of our club members playing in this event and others. So it's good to see them enjoying good bowls.
Craig Mills here. Looks like the Central Chargers holding one shot, looking to add to that. Just slipping underneath, but comes through to a handy position. So the bowl of Jeff Munn, the blue and white bowl at the front, looks to be the shot. Ashley Close, the left-hander, playing his forehand.
Just needs to hold on a bit, I think, here.
See that on your screen there. Big turn on that side, especially for a left-hander. But it's really, really bending even this time of night. Good swoop on that side.
That's the big difference in coming from the other rink. That would have been the swoop on the other opposite side, I'd say. It does come down slightly off the bank, I think. Bad greenkeeper, terrible levels.
Craig Mills just needs to drop down very close to counting. Carl Chappelle indicating it's still only one shot. The last bowl just wriggled on a fraction too far, but a very good position. Gives him options for his next bowl.
Pretty confident, Shadow. Didn't even... No, hands in the pockets. No, I'm not looking. Not going to get over the top of that. This is one. Just play the shot I'm calling, Cougs.
Ashley Close just needs to be a bit wider line there on that swooping forehand for the left-hander.
He's got it away, okay. He's liking it more. Still going to swoop, though.
Is it going to collect anything, or is it going to go through the gate?
Piece of the jack here.
Oh, held on to the jack.
Played it well.
Ooh. Nearly got the right bounce off the back bowl, but looks like it's just caught the Central Chargers bowl of Jeff Munn at the back there, the blue and white bowl, just hanging onto the shot. So
I think I'm copying it. I think that was a spray. Yeah, that's definitely a spray at the greenkeeper.
Too much turn.
It's alright, yeah. I remember that. We got long memories. He's just left the bowl exposed here now, so Millsy's going to be trying to play this out under the head for sure. Can make a handful. Really
getting after it.
Oh,
no,
there it
he's
is.
not going to turn there, I don't think.
Well, gets a nice little roll off the shelf. Potentially made two out of it, but no, only one.
That's where, Matty, it can be pretty tricky at night. Is you're playing a line you think is going to give, and it's just that tiny bit slower, and it's not going to come back for you. Especially playing bowls out underneath the head, quite tricky. Better off missing underneath. Give it a chance.
Jeff Munn and Craig Mills there just talking tactics of what length end they're going to play, and I think Jeff Munn suggested one thing and Craig Mills said, well, have you looked at who we're playing against? They're pretty good at that, let's try something different.
I think it was in no uncertain terms, just take a look at the card at who's skipping here. Thanks, young lad.
Do as you're told,
Yeah,
and then he's rolled the jack too short anyway, so...
Oh, doy.
So the skipper Craig Mills, they're not that pleased with that.
Pretty happy with this. Yeah, I think I was getting another greenkeeper spray for that bowl not turning enough as well. Good times.
I like these two players. They both wear their hearts on the sleeve, both skippers, Ashley Close and Craig Mills. They will call a spade throughout this match.
Absolutely. Couldn't have put it better. On a pretty good track here. He's just not up.
Said that first bowl critical to be up and around the head. Just a little error there from Munn.
Shadows all over this. All over it.
That's exactly where you want to be. That's the spot. Great shot, Carl Chappelle. Perfect lead bowl.
Yep, absolutely. Too experienced to do otherwise. I think he's been around the game for a long time. Even before he was in the stateside, Matty, he was winning country titles for fun. He's got plenty, scores of them.
Very good form for a long period of time. Carl usually would be a third or a skipper in most teams, so it's a bit of a luxury to have him leading in a format like the Super League where you're able to sort of condense the talent down and have some really, really strong matchups. So
Yeah, for sure. Fantastic. He's a huge luxury. You can flip him over and play 2 in the triples, or he could even play the singles too. So he's an absolute talent and a great guy. The ultimate team man, Shadow.
Jeff Munn just slipping past there, so he's left Craig Mills with a bit of work to do. With the consolation is he's got 2 bowls closest to the tee, whether that comes into play for a drive later on, but at the moment there's not a heck of a lot to drive at.
Matty, I'm just interested here, sorry to butt in, the crossover, there wasn't a lot of chat.
I think
heads down, thumbs up. I think that was...
Jeff Munn knew he had made a bit of an error, and he didn't want to look at Craig Mills, so he didn't want to look at him either. So they're on the same wavelength, that they're both pretty annoyed with each other.
Oh, I think you might be right. Yeah, it was fairly stone cold. Mills is a great character, though. I mean, he'll brush it off and he'll play a good shot again here and there, and he has again. He was just unlucky, but.
Good first bowl. There it is. Look at this. I am not even...
Got to acknowledge him. Oh, what a great shot that is.
That is brilliant. And then the head comes up. As soon as it was 2 steps past, I've learned how to lift my head again.
Yeah, I'll play this shot. You just sit back and watch.
There's more to bowls than just rolling them close, I tell you. There's mindsets, mind games.
That's right.
Good fun.
But Millsy's played such a good shot there. You know, he's opened up the whole head. He's put Money's bowls back in the game until
Ashley close.
then. But he has given himself a chance now. He's got 3 bowls behind the jack. He's got himself a chance.
Oh.
Or a chance, as the Sydney people watching will give it to me.
We know Craig Mills, he's no stranger sort of throwing a team on his shoulders and saying, follow me boys, I'll show you the way. So even when he sends that little message to his leader on the crossover, he's likely to back it up with good, strong action, as you said.
Pinch this one tight. Oh, he's got
a little wiggle off the front, gets the shot.
Oh, well. Little side clap from Money. Just happy with that result. It wasn't far away, I suppose.
Ashley Close looking to change hands for this shot. The call was to try and land on that last bowl of Craig Mills, or they've got their own turquoise bowl coming up to push close to the jack.
This is where the left-hander's got an advantage. He can probably just get this to arc a little bit more than a backhand for a right-hander. He's just got to hurry.
They're just calling to hurry. It's very close. Oh, what a shot. Oh. Just stuck in the green. Wowee.
Oh, wait for another spray here.
Look at that. He loved it. Deserved everything, but got nothing in the end. Just look at that. Just flopped back. So still 1 shot to the Chargers.
It's a great shot still. It's really put the foot on Millsy's end here. He really can't do much here. Still a shot on to turn him out now. Dan Scanlon. You're the man. Dan the man. What can the big fella produce here? This would be an
just
epic
needs
shot.
to try and get back to the edge of that bowl that's locked in behind the jack and just chip it out. They got 3 or 4 shots around the head. Can make a number. Will have to be spot on, as you said, Max, but
that's what he's accustomed to.
Loves the big moments. Ashley Close
does. Played a couple of huge ones on the match of the round a couple of weeks ago when I was leading for him. This is his go-to.
He's after it.
It is going to turn.
He's having
though,
a good
so
look.
let's see.
Will it hold?
Needs no jack.
Will it hold? Oh, gets a bit of pinball action, but he can't move that thing if he tried. Pegged down.
Better luck next year.
Still 1 shot to the Chargers. Craig Mills.
Slightly happier going back to the mat this time, Craig.
Look at this on the action replay. Gets nice connection. Nearly got the edge of the shot bowl.
Oh, another spray.
Got the jack. Little ricochet, nearly caught it, but bounced off. Adam Gilchrist drops it and goes down for one leg bye to the Central Chargers.
What a great end. Had everything.
Sure did.
Had the good, bad and the ugly. And the very close.
So Chargers with 2 ends in a row now, 2 singles. Western Rogues 11 lead the Chargers 4. And that overall margin is at 15. We've got 10 ends left in this this match. So we said for those that are new to the Super League, overall score is sort of what you're trying to win. So the Rogues 49 over the Chargers 34. So that's worth 6 points on the overall ladder. But even if the Chargers can't make that gap up, it is 2 points for every rink win that you get. So still plenty to play for in the discipline no matter what.
He's on fire, the lad.
Getting off to a very nice start he is. You're right, Max.
He wants the points. It's a better response here from Money. Just going to slip around. It's a good bowl. That's where Millsy wants him. Wants him just past the jack. Doesn't have to have touches every end. Just likes to be shown the way so that he can trail jacks and play those conversion shots that he's so good at.
Loves having shots to play. Doesn't really
Absolutely
mind if he crosses over up or down as long as he's got something to work with.
Don't we all? Don't we all?
Jeff Munn here swapping hands for his third bowl.
This will be interesting.
See if he's made the adjustment for the wider hand out there. It's just going under a little bit, running out of puff.
That's the way it has been crumbling. The cookie's been crumbling on that side. Josh said to me halfway through the triples game that he felt like it was a fair bit slower out there because of the extra turn. So it is a bit of a trap if you are switching. Great shot again, Shadow.
Chappelle. Not sure what's a better percentage at the moment. His leading efficiency or his chase rate of bowls chased. I think he's running nearly at 100% of chasing bowls. So
yeah, be nice if Ashley chased one.
we had Ashley in the commentary box earlier. He's had a big day of state pairs days. He's already played 3 games. This is his 4th for the day. So Craig Mills just dying underneath with a weighted shot there.
It's interesting weight to play first up, isn't it, that one?
Yes. A little bit less, he gives himself options if he misses and stays on the respot, or a little bit more might be a tad easier, but he filled it out there. And
he's a touch player, Mills. He works on feel, and you wouldn't begrudge him for going for any shot. He knows what he's doing.
Actually close, drawing close there, just out of the count, I believe. Mills looks like he's lining up for a similar sort of shot.
Yep, a bit bigger again. It's close up. Oh, pretty good, but he got it. Good shot on here for Ash though. Trail the jack down the line, land the bowl.
In sync, it's like you've played some bowls there, Ashley Close, just echoing the call of trail him, yeah?
Taught me everything I know.
Good release there from the left-hander, came off the glove beautifully, and he's interested.
Oh, he's played it well. Even a punch onto that cannon's good. Changes it up again.
Just locked on, close for shot now.
It'd be a good learning curve for any juniors watching these guys play. They work on instinct. They don't always play the percentage, but they back themselves. And it's good to watch. You got to go and get it, get after it.
Play what you're confident in. Confidence is half the battle.
Correct.
Craig Mills just dying underneath here as well. So it's a pretty common theme on that hand.
They're all struggling a bit there, yeah. Good to see. Great to see as a greenkeeper. Put a challenge in there.
Make them work for it.
Put that pin position a bit hard. That's good.
Absolutely.
Oh, there's another hole in the ground. Yeah. That's right, I'll just go and grab the sand bucket.
He'll just forget you're sitting there on that one, I reckon. Yep.
That's alright, I know he'll get it. He'll get this now. just to make up for it.
I'm not sure what the call was. Is it draw shot or try and land the bowl out underneath?
You'd think it'd still be up. No, yeah, he's up and at it.
Trying to land the shot bowl by the look of it.
That's a good little chase.
That blue and
Little
white bowl
half
is
the
what he's
jack's
after.
okay too. Oh, I might have gone just a little
He's
deep.
got a piece of the jack. Looks like it's gone probably the wrong way. Looks like Central Chargers might hang on to one shot.
Yeah,
Which
no
was,
change.
was a measure for shot before that last bowl was played anyway, so it was worth the risk there from Ashley Close. If
Absolutely.
he landed that shot bowl out, he would have made 3, but dropping a 1 down with the way the scoreboard is, then it's no real big loss. The Rogues chew through another end, and
That's the one.
they maintain 11 shot to 5 lead halfway through this pairs game now, so 9 ends to go, and the overall margin is down to 14, so that is 3 ends in a row to the Chargers, but they've all been singles.
Yeah,
So
I think the Rogues boys will be pretty happy with that. Like you said, chewing through ends is the main thing.
we have got a bit of aggression here with the Rogues calling their first power play of the match, so Ashley Close having the last bowl. He's obviously keen to try and nullify this little run by the Chargers with a big end, so the Rogues, if they win, shots will be doubled.
Got the kiddie roll perfect this time.
Nice short end happening
He's
here.
avoiding the skipper's stare beautifully. How's he gone here? There's a few barbs flying around.
Just some constructive criticism there from the skip.
That's a better way to put it. Shadow's just got to run. Well, it's always tricky to come right back to the short end, especially on a deck that has slowed down a bit.
Yeah, both players probably 2 to 3 feet short, but bang on line with their first bowls.
Money thought this one was quick, but he's probably pretty good. It's well played.
Dropping in nicely by Jack, good correction.
Here we go, got a clap for the skip. They might be back on good terms now.
It was only a little one though, wasn't it? still harbouring a grudge, I think. It's a good shot.
Just asking it to hang on. Weight's very good. Well played from Carl, good correction also.
Look at that blue line, boys. It's not great.
I think you painted that when the lights were off.
It was this morning. That's rusty.
Oh, yeah.
Look at it. I could have picked any ring to have the TV on.
Not an easy job.
Thanks, Matty. Good on you, mate.
Look after you. Here he comes again, Carl Chappelle.
He's going to follow this one right down.
How good would he be as a jockey? he would be excessively whipping.
Comes through to a nice home there, covering Jeff Munn's 2 bowls behind the jack.
That's a good end.
Well, I've got the chance here, boys. Better give the sponsors a quick plug. City of Salisbury, Sports Centre and West End. A big thank you to all 3 of those and everyone else who help make the SA's Super League happen each year.
We love their work, Joe. Absolutely.
Especially West End.
Especially West End. Very good businesses to support. Good night for a couple.
Craig Mills having a good look at this
Played
one.
this very well.
Gets the
Very
jack
well.
nicely. What a shot. Beautifully tucked away there. Right to the bowl of Jeff Munn. And a nice little high five.
We're back on high five terms, boys. Yeah. This is a game within a game, really.
You like that? And why wouldn't you? Very good shot there.
Big here.
Oh,
Burger, what a
wowee.
shot.
Ashley Close wastes no time stepping up and going bang. Rips out the 2 shot bowls.
Gives the crowd a wave, says thank you very much. I'm here for another 10 ends.
Here till Tuesday.
Beat your bowl, mate.
I think that was too quick for our action replay even to get, but he peeled those 2 shot bowls out clean as a whistle and leaves the Western Rogues holding on to 1 shot.
What's Millsy got here in reply?
Tricky shot. He's got to change hands. Go back to the draw. He's done it reasonably well. Just going to slip past. It's probably the shot.
Very close for shot. All players really have nailed their line this end so far. It's been good coming down on this hand.
It's an amazing thing, driving and confidence, isn't it, Matty? Ash, big guy, rips those 2 bowls out and he's already back at the mat ready to play this next shot. It's a big confidence shot. You can build your whole game around it if you can do it well. And,
Absolutely.
As the bowl falls in.
Of course, make sure wherever you're watching from out there, let us know in the comments. Give a bit of a shout out. Hopefully you're enjoying tonight's broadcast.
Share it with your mates. Lawn bowls, Friday
That's
night
it.
lawn bowls. I don't think there's any cricket or footy or anything on, so this is a good sporting fix for all the sport lovers out there, experienced or new to the game. We are very pleased to have you along.
Of course, taking the game global. We've had all parts of the world covered tonight. South Africa, Fiji, Wales.
Good international game bowls.
Sport for everyone. Millsy's
Craig
played
Mills.
this pretty well.
Have a
Stalking the absolute out of it.
Yep,
And
hangs
he's
on.
hung on.
Good position there as well, tucked away from his other shot bowl. So it looks like 2 to the central charges, 1 bowl to come from Ashley Close. So it is the Western Rogues power play. So Close will be keen to try and capitalise on this.
Draw the shot, 4-shot turnaround.
Whilst if the Chargers can hang on, that will be 4 ends in a row, and they're slowly bringing this back with their 2 power plays still in the bank. So big shot here.
It is, and I gave him the commentator's curse with his last one, so let's see how he goes here without me mocking him. He likes
Asking it to hold.
He likes it.
The weight looks great here. It's
What a great bowl that
a
is.
clutch shot from Ashley Close. Bang, right on the money.
As we say, that's a pretty good try, that one.
Keep at it, champ. You'll come good.
Yeah, that's right. Stick with it, mate. You could go somewhere one day.
As you said, that 2 down to 1 up and the super end to go with it, so doubles to 2. So, as you said, Max, a 4-shot swing there with that lovely little front toucher from Ashley Close. Bring you a bit of vintage cougar and a fist pump to go with it. Loves it. So that's big for the Rogues.
Goes on with it. I like the finish.
Breaks the little streak that Central Chargers had in play. Just stabilises both this rink score and also the overall score. So 13 to the Rogues, 5 to the Chargers, and the overall lead now 51 plays 35. And just to give a bit of context around this match, the ladder positions for those who haven't caught it earlier. So the Central Chargers currently in 2nd position heading into this match on 24 points. Trailing the ladder leaders, the Northern Knights, who are undefeated on 31 points. And the Western Rogues were sitting in 4th position, coming in on 22 points. So just 1 rank win behind the Chargers. So if it keeps going the way it is going, the Chargers will jump the Rogues. Sorry, the Rogues will jump the Chargers.
We're on the move,
on
Matty.
the ladder.
We are on the move.
And could be a potential little finals preview here as well. That Chargers, last year's premiers, they'll be around the mark in the finals, and the Western Rogues were defeated in the prelim last year. So 2 very strong, experienced teams, and we may yet see them again in 2020 when it comes finals time.
We're going to need a new jack out here, Matty. Shadow's just killed that on the draw. It's got a crack in it.
Good aggressive leading.
And there's that tricky hand coming into play. Look at the rip. Just not quite judging the weight. See how Shadow gets on with it. Is he giving it that bit extra?
Ashley Close happy with it off the hand, and he's off again. Carl said the right weight should be good.
Maybe he isn't a jockey. Maybe he's a racehorse.
Pretty nice bowl in behind the jack there. Take that. So the other matches around the grounds, we had the Northern Knights taking on the Mallee Pirates out at the Modbury Bowling Club, which was first 8th. So the Pirates looking to start their get the first win of their campaign and suffer a big boil over the Knights, who are undefeated. There's a big game going on at Ascot Park as we speak, with the South Eastern Spartans in 3rd position taking on the Southern Blazers in 6th. It's sort of a an 8-point game in the old footy terms, that the Blazers really need a win there to keep in touch with the top 4, and the Spartans can solidify their finals chances with a nice win. And the final game out at Payneham, Eastern Raiders in 5th spot, taking on the Hyson Comets in 7th. So Hyson Comets yet to register a win in 2020. They'll be desperate to open their account, whilst the Eastern Raiders, a good win will keep them in good solid finals contention as well.
Ash drawing another one here, so they've 3 shots. This is an interesting shot decision here for Millsy. He's just got to either get something in there or yeah, no, get something in there. Thought he might have had a little look at that with his first one, having 2 on the tee. He's just trying to reduce the count, and he's played it very well for shot.
Gets onto that shot bowl and
Played
locks in behind.
Had to be up, so that was a good shot.
So those league matches we were just talking about, they'll be due to conclude around 10 PM, so we'll have the results on the Bowls SA Facebook page later on, and the ladder shaping round 4, past the halfway mark of the competition. We've also had our Super League reserves and under 21 competitions, so quickly recapping those results as Ashley Close goes under the head.
Just.
The Northern Knights 56 defeated the Mallee Pirates 48 in the reserves. Eastern Raiders 62 defeating the Hyson Comets 49. And the South Eastern Spartans 61 defeating the Southern Blazers 53. And the Western Rogues out the back of this rink here had a good win earlier in the reserves, 62 shots to 45 over the Central Chargers. So it's a very tight ladder in the reserves competition. But the Eastern Raiders have gone to the top, and it's a real logjam after that, so plenty of good games to come.
Very close. Very close again with his last bowl of the end.
Just needs it to stop. He's played it well.
Done it. Was he straight on with it? Doesn't change the shot for him. He needs to draw a cold or just plop onto that shot bowl or the jack.
He's after it. Doesn't mind it. Looks like a good track.
Didn't
down
look
to the
short.
weight. Just turns and locks onto that last bowl of Ashley Close, tips it over, so 1 to the Western Rogues.
Just that little bit of weight got him. Oh, here we go.
Charges. They had to pull the trigger sometimes, so do they have. Power play time.
Yep, old Shadow needs to just switch on here and drop a couple close ones for Cougar, and Money really needs to jump on this and get Millsy started off into a... give him something good to look at here.
Yeah, Carl Chappelle probably definitely had the running over Jeff Munn at this point of the game. He's probably beaten him on most ends so far. Not to say Jeff's played poorly, but Carl sort of edged inside him on most
here,
ends.
Shadow. Very good again here, Shadow.
So you said when the power play comes on, it's a good time to smarten up and put your best work in for your skipper.
Absolutely. Money just needs to knuckle down here and get 3 within a couple of feet and just give Millsy something nice to look at. You just never know, it could change the game. It's not a bad... Millsy be happy with that. A couple of feet past, trailing option. 2 more of those, I can hear him saying.
Just quickly recapping the under-21 results as well. The Mallee Pirates 15 defeating the Northern Knights 14. The Eastern Raiders 19 defeating the Hyson Comets 12. Another good shot from Carl Chappelle there. South Eastern Spartans 21 defeated the Southern Blazers 18. And the Western Rogues also getting up in the under-21s over the Central Chargers. So Western Rogues looking for a clean sweep tonight in the under-21s reserves and the league game if they can finish this one off in style. And it's very tight competition in the under-21s as well. The Mallee Pirates leading the way undefeated, so they're at the foot of the league table, but plenty of good promising youth coming through for the Pirates in the under-21s. Undefeated 4-0.
Look at this for a set. Absolutely perfect by Shadow. Change the head again. Nothing to aim at. Money needs to just really dial in on here. Good weight with both of his last. He's definitely up and at it.
Just needs to hold on a little bit.
Ooh.
Slipping through. Well, all bowls are up or past the head there,
That's
so
right,
it
that's
does give Craig Mills options.
Yep, gives them both. Give both skips a good chance at it. He's got to try and manufacture something here, Millsy, and that's what he is good at. It's just Ash has been a little bit better at finishing the end at this stage. Played those 2 rippers. Ripper dipper.
A real ripper dipper. He's in good form, Ashley Close, here in this match so far.
It's a pretty amazing last couple of years, to be fair, Cougs. And so has Millsy. Don't take any credit away from Millsy. He's been brilliant in state events and whatnot. I think he's our highest ranked player in the state at the moment, isn't he, Matty?
I would suggest so. Just picked up a lazy 3 state titles at the last Champions Week, completed in September. So
I think I read that he was top 5,
ranked number 5 in the country.
Yeah.
Yep,
it's pretty good effort. He likes it.
we'll need every ounce of that.
Really likes this.
5 Australian ranking to get this over the line, and he's coming down to the jack here. Had a good look at it to trial it. Wasn't far away.
He liked it so much he had to put his own brakes on. Nearly stepped on it. What's the lefty got here? Just a little bit of cover, I suspect. He's played this well.
of course, power play in action here for the Chargers, but they're going to need something special to wrestle it back.
Big end. They need to make most of both of their power plays if they get back into this.
It's in the area again. Just going to slip.
Just change the weight a little bit there, a little bit less. Made that turn really show. It was probably a fraction narrower anyway.
You can see Shadow just licking his lips here. He wants those bowls out of there. He wants to put the heat on.
Interesting, yeah, even though they've got a power play against him, he wants an aggressive shot, and sometimes offense can be the best form of defense, Max. If he gets rid of those 2 blue bowls, is what they're discussing, that it takes away some of Craig Mills' options to create a number. So
yep, I think that's right in Ash's playbook too. He's a big fan of taking away the danger by removal.
Just letting us know the game's no fun if you don't drive at something. So looks like he's gonna try and. Even though he's holding shot, it's a bit of a tactical play for those that are new to the game. He's going to try and remove the 2 closest bowls of the Chargers that are in a sort of semi-dangerous position.
Yep, for sure.
So again, we talked about confidence earlier. He's confident that he won't disturb what they're holding on the head, and he's going to play a tactical drive to try and take away some of the options of the Chargers.
I think he'd be happy with just mass casualties out there, and he's very close. That's very good. He's taken away 2 of the shots and added to the count. Played it pretty well. Look at the crocodiles.
The Rogues cheer squad giving the big crocodile claps to Ashley there in the background. They love it. Hope our
good bit of vision here. It's a good shot. Very good shot. He would have been hoping to get both of the blue and white bowls to make sure it was 4, but I'm sure they're still holding at least a couple.
Holding a couple, and as I said,
took the danger away.
Central Chargers now with 2 less bowls on the rink, so Craig Mills.
Having said all that, Matty, he can still make 6 here if he trails at 2 feet.
Wasn't far away with his first, just needs to get on the left-hand side of that jack as you look on it and bring it down into the bottom right corner.
Out there nicely. Has he got enough weight? It's not going to hold up for him. Stick around.
Oh, back
low. Hold the phone. Shadow's saying 1, just not giving anything away.
Measure goes on, so
One to the
1 to the
Rogues.
Rogues, and 1 it is. So Craig Mills, that little backflip he's bowled in, nearly jagging the shot. See it here on the action replay. The bowl usually falls with the bias, but it's just caught the groove here and goes back the other way.
Do you think, Matty, that it just changed Millsy's mind a little bit about what weight he was playing? Now that Ash has removed a couple of those, you know, if he's got 4 bowls to trail it into, he's, you know, trying to make it 10.
Yeah.
It just changed his mindset slightly. He's sort of played half and half. He's played the weighted line, but he's played the draw shot, sort of in 2 minds.
Absolutely.
Which is hard.
It was sort of one of those ones as well. That he was keen to attack because he's behind on the scoreboard and behind in the match.
Yep.
But
he also wanted to score. Anything would have been good.
Yeah. Another good start from Carl Chappell. Hasn't had too many loose ones for this match. Very consistent.
Just a side note here, boys. Do you think that it's very often 4 degrees in November? That's what it feels like right now. This is ridiculous. How about a spring?
It is the curse of the Super League. Great start there from Jeff Munn.
Jeez.
Very good position. That Super League has had probably one day above 20 degrees in its lifetime of 3 years. So it is chilly November night here down at Holfast Bay, but we're pretty lucky the breeze is not on at the moment. It's pretty still. So
Yeah, I feel like it's better than it was during your game, Maxie. I reckon that breeze was the worst part.
Absolutely, it's beautiful right now. It's just still cold.
Still very cold.
It's much nicer for the quality of bowls too. The heads have been pretty good. Have to give a shout out to Colin Hall while we're here. Spent all day rolling the screen after being sick all week, so he's out of his sick bed. He'd probably be watching this on his iPad at home, and I think he's gone home anyway. He might still be hanging around.
He was.
I was hoping he was hanging around to help clean up a bit. But
he was braving the elements for a while there, so.
Yeah, he watched our game. I know that he might have slipped home. I reckon he has had a bit of a cold this week. So, no, thanks to Cole. Makes everything tick along here at the Bay very, very well. Well loved.
Club without its volunteers, hey?
Absolutely. Every club.
Pretty good set there from Jeff Munn. Gets the shot on the crossover and comes into a nice position. But Carl Chappell with 3 handy bowls beyond the jack as well. So options for Ashley Close as he steps to the mat. So 2/3 of the way through this game now with 6 ends to go. 10-shot lead for the Rogues on this rink and 18 overall. So
1 power play left, is it?
1 power play left for each team, I believe.
I think Ash would be pretty happy with how things are sitting at the moment.
The Rogues certainly comfortable and on track to claim the lion's share of the points.
Look at this for a shot.
Ashley Close.
What a bowl.
Just nuzzling up there. Very close for shot.
I'm still watching this.
Yeah, about 40,000 viewers just saw that, mate.
Good shot there, Ashley Close. Craig Mills to the mats. Looks like he's going to play his backhand. If he gets onto the bowl of Jeff Munn directly in front of the jack, he has the chance to pop out that last bowl of Ashley Close and make a couple of shots.
Couple of quick shout outs here, boys, on the live stream. Bud Ricucci, I want to say, watching from Florida in the US, where it's 6 a.m. Big shout out to Bud. And Paul Stevenson, watching from Dandenong.
Stay safe over there, Bud.
Yeah.
We're very lucky here in Australia, be out and about, especially here in South Australia, that we can still enjoy sport with a crowd and things at the moment. So we know other parts of the world are doing it much more tough, so stay safe wherever you are.
It's the beauty of live streaming. Fantastic option for people that are stuck inside or in lockdown, as some have been for a long time now. Absolutely blessed we've been here in Adelaide.
Craig Mills still looking to play the same sort of shot. Needs a couple of extra feet of weight on his last bowl. Still looking to make a connection with that blue and white bowl of Jeff Munn.
Doesn't mind it now.
Just needs to hurry on. Pops
shot.
the bowl of Ashley Close
What a
out
shot.
clean, and looks like he's made at least 2, maybe 3 shots here. Very well played, Craig Mills. Look at that, perfect connection.
Got a feeling this might have a few revolutions on it.
Yes, pretty hard for Ashley to draw the shot here, so he's going to go into a bit of damage control.
Get the cameras ready on this one. Bushka.
Big, great shot.
Gets connection and gets the jack out of bounds, so it will be respotted. So that's all he was trying to do. Takes a count of 2 or 3 down, and now he holds 1 shot with the bowl to come. You'd back Craig Mills to draw it, but only 1 down will be better than 3 down, and Craig still has to put this. He's got lots of room, but he still has to do it.
$1.
Yes, I wouldn't be betting against him, but stranger things have happened.
Oh, he's changed hands though, so you never know.
His biggest problem here is just navigating the front traffic. As soon as he's around the front with a decent weight, he'll be A-OK.
How'd you go here, Craig? Oh, it's a little bit downhill down there, you never know. Oh, that's perfect. Absolutely perfect. It's
Never
not
in
always
doubt.
the easiest shot though, Matty, as you know.
The ones
Can
that
be-
are expected.
Yeah, they're never the easiest.
So, good
Good
shot there,
experience.
Ashley Close, after Craig Mills played a whopping bowl with his second. And then Craig Mills just coming along to tidy up the work, so Chargers take 1 shot. So that chews off another end for the Rogues, that they'll be comfortable just dropping 1s. I think pretty much every end that they've lost in this pairs encounter has been a 1, so they're playing good, solid defence, and they're in a very good position.
Yeah, Ash made mention that last time we were the match of the round against the Knights, we were going into the pairs. I think we needed 20. It was near impossible, especially against Nathan Pedersen and Luke Petersma. And he made mention that it was a much nicer feeling to go into this game having 10 to the plus, at least 10 I think it was. So yeah, he was a lot more comfortable, and it's pretty well showing that they're doing a good job here, the boys.
So we're yet to see a result turned over after whoever's leading after the second game has gone on to win all 3 match of the rounds so far, and it looks like it will be the 4th one again. We've seen 1 result turn from the singles, which was round 1. It's the only time the team that's won the singles hasn't gone on to win the match, which was the Hyson Comets, but apart from that, just looks like, yeah, the teams that are getting off to a good start and coming into this pairs game, it's hard for the opposition to claw that back.
Scoreboard pressure.
You'd probably want to do it so badly, wouldn't you? Coming onto the pairs, rank 10 down, you'd picture yourself there being the hero and coming back and saving it for the team, but it's definitely
So hard to do.
hard to do, and especially with the quality of player in the Super League, that
Exactly.
to have a win by 10 plus shots it's going to take some doing.
Yeah, on a night like this, it has, like you say, it's gotten quite still now, and the green's still running pretty well, I think. It is hard to score big ends because both guys are very much more than capable of playing good shots to recover. If the wind's up and it's tricky and you're holding a number, then that's when it gets hard to defend. So yeah.
Carl Chappelle looking for a jack connection here. Gets a little slice, and would have wanted to gobble it up, but does change the head for the better for the Rogues, opens it right up.
It's the same thing, isn't it? Again, they're playing defence with attack. They take all 3 of Money's bowls completely out of the game.
Absolutely.
That's the beauty of having a bowl just past, isn't it, Matty?
It's where you want to be. Always looking to move and change the head. A bit of a
It's a good shot.
draw off here for the skippers, an opportunity to show their leading skills almost. That's usually, they're playing shots or playing to a compact head, and now the jack's wide open, they're a bit exposed and don't have much to run into, or...
Little game of singles.
Yes. Interesting to see how they go. Ashley Close, a little bit
grimacing
with that one.
Looking forward to him watching this back.
Just wanted it to be better, I think. Just be better. A little bit of line and weight.
Sounds exactly like your Rev Up talks on Saturday, Matty. Just be better, you blokes.
Craig Mills wasn't happy with that one on the release. He whacked in the turf a little bit, but shows what he expects of himself. That the average punter would be pretty happy with it.
I'd be pretty happy with that, yeah. What about punching the turf? Jeez.
He knows who's watching. He's trying to rile you up, Max.
Bowlers, I'll tell you what. You get to us, greenkeepers.
Ashley just looking to dive in here, needs to rest on Craig Mills, but just slipping through the gap, so...
Just giving himself a bit of work to do here now, hasn't he, Cougs?
2 to the Chargers, 1 bowl each left for both teams.
Millsy needs to play good line here. He doesn't want to give Ash anything jack high.
Trotting after it.
Something jack high here and Ash will be ripping straight through this, but he has played a great bowl here. It's probably perfect, to be fair.
It's
tricky shot.
Yeah. Creates a little bit of a target. Didn't quite cover the jack,
quite
but
get back to it, yeah.
But still, it's it's 3 in the count, and there is a little gap there. But Ashley Close looks like he's going to have a drive here.
That was the fear for Millsy if he left anything just off the line. I thought he was getting back to the line, but here we go. Big time.
Oh,
it's a fine shot actually.
Gets the jack just on the edge, goes out of bounds. So that'll be at least a count of 2 to the Western Rogues.
Oh.
Carl was trying to
Shadow just maximising.
Claim which line to put it on, and a little bit close to the Rogues bowls, but you almost would have
still pointing.
Cost himself there.
Shadow still pointing.
Trying to work this out. A long way the bowls are.
That was a bit like Mark War off the hip, wasn't it? Just straight through square leg.
Absolutely.
Jack.
So you can't underrate that shot. Ashley Close, 3 down. There was a little target. It was a bowl, then a bit of a gap, and then the jack. It wasn't like he had a heap to aim at.
It was a good shot. It was a very good shot.
Just got enough connection on the jack, sent it out of bounds, and keeps the Rogues scoring. If they drop a 3 there, it would have tightened back up a bit. But
what do we got here?
Looks like it's going to be 2 to the Rogues instead.
Yeah.
So 3 down to 2 up.
Massive
Ashley
shot.
Close.
He's hit everything in the last 4 ends, hasn't he? Hit 3 big drives.
Absolutely.
Big changes.
Getting away very nicely. Didn't have the, I guess, the fanfare of when you guts the jack right in the middle and bury it in the ditch, but it's all the result he was aiming for was connection on the jack, so he did very well.
Hope he saved a few of those for tomorrow. Big fella. Going good.
Boys, we'll welcome our Channel 44 viewers joining us here for the last handful of ends, finishing up their round 4 match of the round. The Rogues holding a very handy lead over the Chargers in what's been definitely not a dull game of pairs so far.
Absolutely. Carl Chappelle and Ashton Close have turned it on pretty well, so Channel 44 viewers, no doubt you'll get to see that in these last few ends as well. Not to say Jeff Munn and Craig Mills haven't had their moments, but their moments have been quickly snuffed out at any opportunity by the Rogues.
I reckon someone's told Shadow that this is the televised ends and he's just thrown an absolute shocker down. It's his only bowl outside of 2 feet for the night, and he's heaved that thing down. Oh, he likes it. He's saying it's better.
So for our Channel 44 viewers, it is Joe Schwab, Matthew Northcott and Max Kleinig, your commentary team, to bring this one home. Round 4, match of the round.
Of course, finishing up, the Rogues getting the W in the singles, the Chargers getting a win in the triples, so it's been a bit back and forth. But the Rogues finishing off very strongly here with a comfortable lead overall.
Jeff Munn's played a couple of good ones here.
A few decent ends in a row now, Jeff Munn. He's sort of working to his weight nicely, grouping a few more bowls around the head.
See if Shadow can correct on those last 2 small failures. Played extremely well tonight.
Just running into Jeff Munn's bowl.
Probably the worst situation he's left Ash in the whole game, I'd say.
Yes.
With 1 bowl to come from money. been extremely good.
Comes Jeff
This is
Munn.
another good shot.
Anything past the jack has good value.
It's a great set.
He's done well there, good leading, so it looks like he's holding 2 on the crossover. Actually close.
Giving plenty for the camera as he has all night.
Maybe a draw shot here first up. On his forehand.
Where's he going here?
Sent it out on a
Is
nice
that-
track on that wide hand.
Is this where it's come from? It's just got to have the right.
Perfect weight.
That's the first one that hasn't really ripped back. He'd be a bit disappointed with that because he's played good weight.
It's a very good effort. Gives him a good look for his next 2 bowls. Craig Mills here. To add to this count, it's now or never for the Chargers. They need every bowl to count from here. Even said 19 down on the overall, but 11 down on the rink. It's not out of the realms, but they will need to get a big multiple in there somewhere in the last 4 ends.
They'd be chuffed to grab the rink here, wouldn't they? That's what they'd be really looking at, is putting himself in a position to grab the rink. And then if in the last end or so it became available that they could chase the overall, they'd be chuffed. But it's a long way back from here.
Absolutely. Close. Just needs to drop inside his first bowl. In perfect weight for the shot.
Certainly tighter.
He's on a better line. Got Carl Chappelle interested.
This is a much better shot.
Oh,
It's
just
good.
gets connection.
Second shot, I'd say.
Hangs around. Looks like he's changed the head up. Still 1 shot to the Chargers, but better position for the Rogues now.
It's a good bowl. Still
Craig
a good
Mills.
shot for Craig.
Absolutely. Any jack connection of his own and he's in the game.
Oh, there it goes.
Just
Slightly under the weight.
turned on him there. So what's Ashley playing here? Max, in your eyes?
Sort of looks like he's going to switch back and try and land that bowl. He's already landed that one up once. If he switches back, he's probably got less danger of moving the cat. I would say that he's going to switch.
Play his backhand
Looks
as a
like he'll
left-hander.
play his backhand. Yep, try and land that bowl with a couple of feet away. If he finishes high, he'll be happy with covering. Putting a bit of time into this one, big fella.
He wants it.
Certainly does. He's definitely up. Full head of steam here. Running in from the...
Wants it to turn.
Oh, it's a mighty effort.
Just a bowl wide, really. It was good. Very good effort for the shot, as you said, Max.
Does leave a shot open for Craig.
Yes, Craig
Can he
Mills.
trail this jack?
He will play backhand for a right-hander, which will come in from right to left on your screen as you see it at home. If he gets connection with that jack with a foot or 2 of weight, he can make 3 or 4 shots here for the Chargers.
Just needs a little bit of reverse swing here late in the evening.
We'll get the plenty of turn off that hand.
He doesn't mind it.
He's having a look.
It's not. Is he going to get back from there? He's
He
going to go
needs
close.
to just hurry on a little bit. Just running out of steam. Was on a good line, but no change, so it's like just 1 to the Chargers.
Another really good shot by Ash to minimise the count there and make it hard for Millsy to make a number.
He's going to come in and give us a few words of advice on commentary.
Do you recognise this? I reckon when I hit a drive earlier, because I haven't missed one, that might have just popped out.
Getting a bit of love here in the commentary box.
I'm not sure what that was all about, but
I'm not sure either, but it was...
Ashley Gloss has just dropped by to give it. Is that a tag off his underwear?
I think it
I don't
is.
really understand why he's done that, but
No, he's. I think he's implying that the drives are coming out pretty well tonight. Might have stretched himself a little and lost the tag.
there you go.
We'll go with that anyway.
He's a
because we have no
personality,
idea.
but he's played very well to hold this 17 shots to 7 lead after 15 ends. So 3 ends to go in this pairs encounter.
It's been a good comeback from Money here. He's struggled for that sort of patch between the third or fourth end and when they started here on the TV rink. for about 5 ends, I suppose, and he's come back pretty well here. His last 3 or 4 ends have been good quality.
Carl
Shadow.
Chappell, who's been right with him all night, not making his life easy.
And a nice
gets-
back flop.
Covers the jack beautifully. That's, as we've said before, that is the beachfront mansion with the luxury car at the front. That's exactly where you want a bowl to be. Prime position.
Absolutely.
Good effort there from Jeff Munn. Just slipping past. Players just working out what they want here. Carl Chappell's dropped one right on the jack, and Ashley Close has asked him to cover the tee in case the jack goes backwards or rocketing out of bounds now.
And look how well he's played it, Matty.
A very intentional shot here to the back of the rink by Carl Chappell. Gets the backest.
Played it well.
Just a foot off the tee, which is where the jack will go if it ends up out of bounds.
Not far away from disturbing this. Oh, it's a mighty effort.
Good effort there from Jeff Munn. Not an easy shot to play to try and just get a bit of connection on that shot bowl, but he's left bowls in handy position for Craig Mills.
Shadow's just got to make sure he's 2 foot past here. Doesn't really... what's he done here?
Might play the shot for the Chargers. Gets a little bit of connection, but no harm done.
Didn't open it up as much as I thought it was going to.
See it here on the replay. Just a little feather.
Could have been a bit ugly if he'd hit it any harder. I think Ash was a bit worried about where that was ending up.
He's taken a long way around to just venture past the commentary box again.
We've copped a few mouthfuls, really, haven't we? To be fair, this game. Good and bad. Good and bad.
Craig Mills looking to play the same shot as Jeff Munn. Connection on the shot bowl, spring the jack down the line to the waiting Charger bowls. Gets another bowl around the head to start with.
This was where I heard the old phrase for the first time, crack an egg on it.
That's a good bowls term, isn't it?
It's an old time term, that one, but it's been used through the generations. Just crack an egg on it.
So, for the non-bowls viewer, just crack an egg on it means just arrive up to that bowl that's sitting on the kitty, just pretend like you're just cracking an egg, and it will just spit the jack out down backwards a little bit. So
I don't think he'll be short here. I know he's got the tee, but
that last bowl from Asher Close has sort of
played it perfect, really.
Made a nuisance for any cracking of the egg to be done.
The egg will not be cracked here.
I don't think it will be.
Well, it might be scrambled. He's wide, I think. Oof.
Pushes another bowl past, so options.
Yep, makes an option now.
So the Western Rogues holding 2 or 3 shots here. Carl Chappell and Ashley Close working out what shot to play.
A couple of quick score updates from around the grounds, boys, that have come in on the live streams feed, and just for the sake of our Channel 44 viewers, hearing reports that the all-conquering Northern Knights have suffered their first loss of the season to the Pirates.
Shut the front door, Joe Schwab. The upset of the season.
The upset of the season. What a call.
Mallee Pirates, Northern 3, Northern Knights 3-0 going in.
It's a funny old game, Bowles. Anything can happen on the day.
And the Blazers took down the Spartans as well.
Oh, that's a good home win, isn't it?
Big results. The teams that were trailing the ones that were up the top of the ladder have sort of had wins there and bunched the ladder up. So that's big in terms of the overall context of the competition.
This is set up for shot of the day, really. He's got to play a bomb. If he's any chance of getting this rink win, I would say I'm just about giving up on the overall.
The fat lady may sing if this one this one misses, but he needs to connect with the blue bowl of Carl Chappell with about 2 metres of weight, push the jack back for 3 or 4 shots.
Oh,
Craig Mills.
Timber.
Oh wow, we was not far away. You see what he was trying to do, that nest of Charger bowls waiting, but look at this. Coat of varnish just goes underneath. It was
really
a very good attempt.
Flick it, didn't he? Just had to flick the front edge of it.
So I'll save it for after this bowl of Ashley Close.
Say it.
The Rogues holding 2 shots here with 1 bowl to come.
What do you call this shot, Matty?
curtains.
What do you call this one? Is this punching the...
Free ticket. Punching the ticket here.
Massive. You'd love that. I know you love that, Cole. Big on the old free ticket, M. Northcott. Not happy with this.
He's declined any free pony rides for Ashley Close. He likes to turn it on when the game's in the balance. Doesn't like the freebies. But he did his job.
He did. They played a good end.
2 further shots to the Rogues. They extend this lead. 19 plays the Chargers 7 with 2 ends left to go. The Chargers do still have a power play up their sleeve, I believe. So, you know, you can't give up on the overall. It is still mathematically possible, but it's going to take something very, very special. So,
looks like the Chargers will be playing their power play this end.
This is it. Even though they're playing the power play, I'm going to go early. The fat lady is singing on this one, I believe. The Rogues have been too good here tonight.
Make an awful fat lady. Awful.
I'm working on the fat part, but it's all good.
I've got that covered. I'm not too sure about the lady bit, and I cannot sing. Righto. What can Money produce here with his first 3? Looks to be pretty good here. It's going to run.
The Rogues have just been very consistent. Very consistent throughout.
We won't be happy with that. Really wants to get past on the power play ends. I'd be disappointed with that one, Jeff.
See those results from around the ground, Joe, that you highlighted earlier. The Mallee Pirates defeating the Northern Knights. That was played at the Modbury Bowling Club, which is the home club of the Mallee Pirates. And the Southern Blazers defeating the South Eastern Spartans was played at the Ascot Park Bowling Club, which is the home of the Blazers. So Super League on the road, with the Rogues looking likely to win here, which is at Holdfast Bay, the home of the Rogues. You know, venturing out of the Salisbury Bowling Club, where all other games have been played, and this is the first week with a bit more of a home and away fixture, that those home grounds instantly becoming a factor, perhaps.
That's it. And they'll be in play again next week as well with the around the grounds.
I wonder what surface they played on at Modbury. They have the choice of
I believe they're on the grass. Great shots there, Carl Chappelle. He will keep fighting this one out, the last 2 ends, and make every bowl a winner. I think even though the match is in the bag by the look of it for the Rogues, that there's still the league best and fairest votes on offer as well. So
there we go.
Jeff Munn unleashing a bit of a drive there. Gets out a couple of the Carl Chappelle bowls and leaves one in there. So good change of the head for the Chargers.
They couldn't have worked out much better from where he hit.
Was a little bit off course, but
While we've got a moment as well again here, boys, another big shout out to the sponsors while we've got the Channel 44 viewers with us. Of course, the City of Salisbury, Sports Centre and West End. A big shout out to those 3 for all of their support to the SA Super League.
We love our sponsors. We appreciate them very, very much. Support those fantastic South Australian companies and areas where we can. Sports Centre for all your apparel needs. Lion Nathan West End for a deliciously refreshing beverage, and visit the City of Salisbury whenever you can. Plenty going on out there. So good old South Australian companies, and we appreciate them so much.
What are we going to see here from Millsy? Need 3 specials, really. He's going to have to pull the rabbit out. He's not with that one, I don't think.
Just underneath.
Millsy's been a bit frustrated tonight. I think he's
just about to say that, Max. He hasn't been at his brilliant best that we know he's capable of. He's sort of danced around the edges and sort of threatened to change the game, but hasn't really got the big results he's been after.
Not what we're used to with Millsy.
Ashley and Carl just
nice little collaboration.
Little zinger box on this one with KFC just over the road. So Ash has gone early to collect his zinger burger there.
Now that you mention
it. Craig Mills
played this well.
Looking to add a little bit of weight on his last rest out that shot bowl.
Yeah, good shot.
Does it nicely. Gets the shot back for the Chargers. Well played, Craig Mills.
I should be pretty happy with that. It's taken away the real threat of dropping a number Set the head up just to how he would like it, I would say. Pretty happy with this. Kill another end. It's going to go on him, I think.
He's a little bit of favour and fortune. Nearly gets the right rub, but
it's another one in the zone as well.
No change to the head. Craig Mills holding 1. Is their power play, so it will double to 2, but he needs to get creative to try and
somehow turn this into a 6, into a 12.
We know Craig will explore every little angle and every little option that's out there, but
which speckle are we going for here?
Is it tell him he's dreaming? I don't think there's a lot on by the look of it.
This is.
But you admire this about Craig Mills. He looks at everything. He plays the game from start to finish as if it's in the balance.
Exactly right. If he's still in the calculated area of winning, he's going to do it as much as he can as possible to win the game. It's good to watch.
Even if he's not a chance of winning, he just loves bowls. He wants to be the person that plays a shot that gets 3, 4. You know, even if he was down by 20, you'd probably get good consistent effort out of him because he loves the game.
Exactly right. It's good to see.
Mathematically possible are 2 of the greatest words in sport, boys. Never count them out.
He's going to try and go straight up the middle and get that blue bowl of shadows, but he's just tugged it.
No change, so 1 shot to the Chargers.
I need the pencil, Matty.
Turns into 2.
Yes, we love to draw on the screen what they were trying to do there.
Yeah.
So, Western Rogues on the last end, playing their power play, so the game is in the bag. They will win the overall and they will win this rink, but they will try and pour on as many shots as they can. See our dedicated spectators there braving the the lovely conditions.
It's pretty hot here.
Big shout out to those 2 ladies that were just on screen as well, Sandy Gaunt and Sue Allen. They're team managers for the Rogues. They've done an enormous amount of work tonight to organise the Rogues team, so well done to you ladies, and reaping the rewards of watching their team have a win. And also the umpire alongside them, Graham Gaunt, who's braved the conditions.
Absolutely, good team effort. Good to see the club putting a bit of time into this and making it a good night. Would have been lovely to have some nice weather, but we can't do anything about that, as we've said millions of times before.
I'll put you on the spot, Matty. Next week's games, locations.
Yes, so our match of the round will be held from the Salisbury Bowling Club again, so back to somewhere familiar, which will see the Northern Knights play the Eastern Raiders, so we'll be back at Salisbury Bowling Club. There is also games Friday the 13th of November being played at the Adelaide Bowling Club, the West Lakes Bowling Club and the Marion Bowling Club, so plenty of good venues who will get their chance to host.
It's a home game for me, Matty. Marion. Straight just down the hill, 5 minutes.
Southeastern Spartans taking on the Western Rogues, so the Spartans having a loss tonight, they'll be 2-2 and the Western Rogues will be 3-1, so pivotal match up there down at Marion. And I believe the Chargers, they're at West Lakes, playing host to the Southern Blazers, I believe, who had a good win tonight. So both of those teams will be 2-2. So it'll be very interesting, that matchup.
Chew and chew.
Jeff Munn there collecting his own bowl, pushing it closer in for shot. Ashley Close calling Carl Chappelle to just rest that last bowl out of Jeff Munn or trail the kitty through a bit.
How are we going here, Shadow? Shadow loves these shots.
And he's very, very close.
He's a beast. Look at him go.
Look at that, right in the belly and tucks the jack away nicely. So that's what we mean, right to the very last bowl.
Have a look at him. Look at the
100%
strut.
effort.
Look at the strut on him.
Bang, look at that. Couldn't have asked for a better connection.
And watch the, here we go.
Ooh, I like it.
Watch the strut.
Yes.
Have a look at the swagger in him.
Almost a bit of Mick Jagger about that.
No worries.
Jeff Munn having a good look at this as well in reply. Can he get the right connection?
Great shot.
It's a good shot. A little bit out of luck. Just tickles the jack down the line, and Carl Chappelle bowl waiting for the Rogues. Hangs on to the shot by the look of it.
Oh, he'd be hating this call. He just wants to get the shot so bad.
Lovely camera work there from our Spacequake team. We've done a fantastic job as well, bringing you this broadcast for all your streaming, videography, sports needs, Spacequake. We appreciate them as well, bringing you the action. Yes, the call there from Ashley Close to Carl Chappelle, as you said, Max, was to stay away from the head and just come around to that spot where that bowl finished. And as you said, Carl would have...
Oh, it's not in his vocabulary. Just let me at it. He would have been hunting that jack to try and make 3, I can tell you right now.
Selfless player, did the team thing, but
That's right.
said
That's
he
right.
probably saw a little moment there where he could have played the perfect bowl again.
This looks okay. Looks good. What's he got here?
Craig
Just
Mills
needs a little
coming
splash
up.
on the jack. Oh, that's a good shot.
Oh, gets another connection on the jack, but it again trickles down the line to that Carl Chappelle bowl, so he's put that in a very good position. 2 bowls there from the Chargers who have touched the jack but just pushed it. And the Rogues still hold on to 1 shot.
It's like looking at the bowls these days, it's like looking at boiled lollies. Like, gone are the days of a black bowl.
Absolutely.
You just don't see them anymore. I might have to bring them back, I reckon, Matty.
Good assortment of coloured bowls out there.
It's like the black footy votes. You just don't see them too much.
That's it. Everyone's got the white ones, or the yellow, or pink.
Close. Can he navigate that front stuff? Oh, it was a mighty effort.
He's feeling it, isn't he? Played a great game, both these two.
Another bowl in the head. Yes, absolutely. As we wind this one up, Max, if you be tough, probably you're leaning towards the Rogues players based on the score, but would you be able to pick a best on ground for this pairs matchup so far? Oh, sorry, throughout?
From the whole lot, I would have said the singles getting us off to such a good start would have been my BOG at this stage.
Simon Gator-Johnson.
Simon Gator boy. He was fantastic because Mark Haynes is no slouch. Played a lot of state games and very, very good singles player. Frequent in the last days of state singles and
Craig
years
Mills.
gone by.
Oh, again, he cannot shift that bowl of Carl Chappelle.
So I would have said, yeah, Simon, closely followed by this pair for the 2 and the 1. I couldn't split them, but yeah, 3-2-1 like that, I'd say.
Good performances from the Rogues from those 3 players. So yeah, just recapping those earlier results. Simon Gator-Johnson 27, defeated Mark Haynes 13.
It's a big win.
The Central Chargers in the triples, Bradley Petch, Ben Bowman and Gary Thompson 17, defeated Jaden Zeller, yourself, Max Kleinig and Josh Studham 11 of the Rogues. So Chargers getting a bit of favour back there in the triples. And probably in that game, Gary Thompson probably has flown the flag here for the Chargers tonight. He played a very, very good game.
Absolutely. He's a fantastic component of the rake, as we like to call it. No, he's a very, very good weighted shot player, very good conversion player, and Tomo absolutely played some whoppers in that game. Absolutely brilliant.
He's probably been not a bit of a lone hand, but probably the standout for the Chargers in a night that so they haven't quite been at their best. They've fought on gallantly, but so the Rogues are going to take 10 points out of this match to the Chargers 2. The Rogues will likely jump up to second spot on the ladder. Chargers will slip back into the pack a little bit. We'll see where they settle.
Has he got the split for the cannon?
Oh,
he may have made shot over that.
I think he finally got it away from Carl Chappelle. Nearly logged it onto another one.
Look at Shadow, straight in there. Just get this out, Ash. Get rid of it. He
got
wants
the
to
right
win
rebound.
as much as he possibly can. He's looking.
Yes, the last bowl of the game, the game's in the bag, and they're still discussing how can we make 2 or 3 or 4 shots here.
You could shake hands quite easily right now, but Ash and Shadow are in the zone.
For those new to the Super League, margin can come into it, so that's why they want to try and up their percentage as much as they can. The last bowl of the match here, the Rogues, 20-9.
See how many times he bounces it in the hand, Matty. I think that's the key. Let's see if there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh.
Very deliberate, still concentrating right to
and
the
now
very
the
last
finger on
bowl.
top of the bowl. There it is. Oh, 1 more. There we go.
Look at that, stalking his
Where is
prey.
it? There it is. Oh, I think he's going to get close here.
He's looking to dislodge the green and pink bowl of Craig Mills.
He loves it out of the hand. Just quietly, boys.
Carl Chappelle having a good look at it. Needs a connection.
He's happy with that.
And
That's
got
a
connection
very, very
there.
good shot.
punched his own bowl onto the Craig Mills bowl, and looks like he's made 2 shots, which will double to 4 and finish off this game nicely with a bit of margin for the Western Rogues. So they take the pairs 24 shots to 9, and the overall score, Western Rogues 62, 10 points to the overall ladder, defeating the Central Chargers 39, and they'll get 2 points from this encounter, so don't go home empty-handed, but the Rogues with the lion's share of the points. I think we're going to try and do a quick coach interview there, Max, but I think they've run away from us, so we'll just let you have the closing word on behalf of the Rogues. Obviously a very good performance here tonight. Well done to you and your team. We've pretty much covered the best players, but any final comments for the Rogues?
No, that was a pretty comprehensive wrap there, Matty. I think we would be very happy to just take the majority of the points, especially on our home deck. Majority of us being holdfast players had that slight advantage, I hope. So yeah, it's always good to win at home, and good to have our followers here watching us. So it was good.
Absolutely well done on a job well achieved, Joe. Thank you very much for anchoring commentary tonight. You've done a fantastic job.
Pleasure. 3 ripping matches, bit of ripper. Great night. Great to have the Super League on the road.
Absolutely, and that'll do us for this evening. We're going to get into somewhere warmer. Join us same time next week, 5:30 p.m. on Friday the 13th of November from the Salisbury Bowling Club. Our match of the round, the Northern Knights, the previously undefeated Northern Knights, who were defeated tonight, up against the Eastern Raiders. So that promises to be another mouth-watering affair. So see you next Friday night, and tune into our coverage on Channel 44 throughout the week on Tuesday, Thursday and Friday at 5 p.m. So thank you everyone for joining us tonight. It's been an absolute pleasure. We love your company, we love your support, and we'll see you next week for the 2020 SA Super League Round 5.